How get your egg? Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone, and for some ungodly reason you still have the boredom to watch this show. Welcome to the 12th episode of the World So Far Report. As always, alongside with me is my colleague Viktor Krajnik. Okay, yeah, I forgot wherever you are, but whatever, it's been a crazy period. The month of February is still pretty crowded. Nevertheless, it could have been even worse. We remind you that this show exists solely because you support it, so please give shekelim, because otherwise the show will cough itself to death, and this one is looming above us, and it can quarantine us at any moment if we don't have enough shekels to run the show. So the cure is in the shekels, not in antivirals or whatever. To curse at us or to send us news, or God forgive, to praise us, topics at freedomalternative.com. We're also on BitChute, just in case YouTube decides to suck big balls. Don't forget to subscribe there, and to subsidize the poor Romanians who watch this podcast in the Romanian language. Give some crypto so we can maintain that one active as well, which now finally also works. It hasn't been working for the last 3 weeks or so, but now it finally works. Alrighty.
That's what happens when you got employees working from home, aka not doing shit.
Although it could be worse. I mean, over at Discord, the amount of diversity hires in work from home has becoming increasingly self-evident over the last 3 months or so. I mean, not a single audio conversation functions well. And when you ask for their call or email to their support, they say, well, maybe your internet connection is not stable enough. Bitch, I have 1 gigabits per second in download and 400 megabits per second in upload. Most of you can't even begin to dream at these speeds. So no, it's not my internet connection. It really isn't. Just like with YouTube, right? I mean, a podcast like this rendered in 1080p is around 37 gigabytes, sorry. And it takes maybe half an hour to upload it, but then it takes 4 hours to process on YouTube's infrastructure. But then again, YouTube provides this for free, whereas
you can't complain about what's for free.
Although to be fair, most recently BitChute has started to process things, at least my shit, much faster. But there I'm kind of expecting it because I've been paying for their service over the last 2 years or so. Alrighty, a lot of news from the Putinist conspiracist side lately, in the sense that the shit that we've been saying 6, 8, 10, 11 months ago, they're now mainstream information. It only took the normies almost a year to figure out, basic immunology and things of that nature. Of course, starting with North America. The British Brainwash Corporation, Governor Cuomo admits to withholding nursing home deaths. New York Governor Cuomo has accepted blame but has not apologized for a lack of transparency about COVID-19 deaths in nursing homes. More than 15,000 New Yorkers in care homes have died since the start of the pandemic. But until late last month, the state's health department had logged just over 8,500 fatalities. The governor confirmed the discrepancy in a press conference on Monday. The initial undercount was partly the result of a controversial policy to exclude residents that died outside of the facilities, including in hospital, from the official numbers, according to a report. Since the report came out over 2 weeks ago, the state has added thousands more deaths to its official tally, more accurately reflecting the true death toll of nursing home residents. Mr. Cuomo, a Democrat, has repeatedly defended his handling of nursing homes, often arguing that other states were doing far worse, but his administration has been engulfed by the scandal in recent days. Last week, in a private conversation leaked to the New York Post, a top aide to Mr. Cuomo confessed to covering up the real numbers and withholding the information out of concern the data was going to be used against us. On Monday, Mr. Cuomo, who has brushed aside criticism for months, acknowledged a delay in the reporting of some nursing home deaths. Yeah, like half of them. Calling it a mistake, he conceded that the failure to answer questions from state lawmakers and the news media has created a void filled with skepticism and cynicism and conspiracy theories, which furthered the confusion. Yeah, the conspiracy theory being that you're a lying piece of shit. Lawmakers from both parties have called for an investigation into the Cuomo administration. This is going to be good. As the cough pandemic was unfolding across the United States and New York City was in a public health crisis, Governor Cuomo presented himself as the cool-headed counterpart to President Donald Trump. Yeah, that showed. He was taking the threat seriously, not making excuses or engaging in wishful thinking. He was relying on the science and not on untested and unreliable miracle cures. The unreliable miracle cures, killed fewer people than Cuomo. Just saying. Almost a year on, however, the luster of is starting to fade from Cuomo's star. The state is struggling with when and how to reopen in the face of new health threats, and as is often the case with political scandals, his greatest trouble is as much about the cover-up as the original act. In this case, Cuomo's administration withheld information, blah blah blah. He may have avoided giving politically damaging information to Trump and federal investigators, but he now finds himself in a greater danger than if he had been forthcoming at the time. Well, I don't know. If he had been more forthcoming at the time, maybe President Trump would have been re-elected. So there's that.
Yeah, but it's funny to see how Andrew Cuomo is part of the Bill Clinton school of politicians.
Yes.
Is to admit you've done mistakes, say mistakes were made, never accept blame, and say, I did not have sexual relations with that woman. In his case, I did not kill all these people.
No, well, in fairness, he didn't. This little fluffy cuff did. He just facilitated the meeting between the two.
Oh yeah, he was just the middleman. Yeah, that's pretty boomer tier.
There you go. It was just the middleman. Well, what I wanted to say about this is that initially in the file that comes when we're thinking of making a new episode, you've put in a piece of news from CNN, which is a very long-winded apology for the most part, because his brother is a editor at the CNN, and that's the only piece that is critical of Cuomo to begin with on CNN. So that's why I chose the BBC article, which at the very least says, yeah, well, Cuomo lied. BBC not being a bastion of honesty, but come on, I mean, this one is just too obvious to ignore. Other than that, Democrat politicians gonna Democrat politicians. I mean, the pretense that this is somehow shocking news. I mean, this was circulating not in some shady places of the internet, but like on Twitter, ever since April. I mean,
wait a second. Twitter is not a shady place on the internet.
No, it's not. It's a place where all of the journalists, the journalist excellence worldwide. It's where all of these very credible blue check marked people gather. So that's the
yes blue check marks.
Yeah, so it's a very credible place because because blue check marks on Twitter said so. So therefore it must be true, because if you disagree with the blue check mark on Twitter, then you must be a racist, sexist, Islamophobe, xenophobe, and a fascist, of course, and your mother is Putin. So. Right, but yeah, no, seriously, it's not necessarily a piece of news that Cuomo killed people. That's what Democrats do as a routine. That has been the standard policy of the Democrat Party over the last 170, 180 years since their criminal enterprise has been founded. The piece of news is that left-wing sources, including the source where his brother works, that would be the Communist News Network, they kind of have to acknowledge it because the whole situation stinks so badly that Democrat district attorney has to investigate the Democrat governor because he kind of sucks. Unfortunately, that this will also mean that the mayor of New York will get a pass, because most of the political anger will be focused on Andrew Cuomo, and as a result, the mayor of New York, what's that guy's name? God damn it.
It's not Michael Bloomberg.
No, it's not Michael Bloomberg. Yeah, but anyway, the mayor has a lot to answer to, especially considering his behavior with the Catholic and the Jewish community in New York City. But most of that anger will now be entirely focused on Cuomo. Now, admittedly, Cuomo hasn't been making himself any friends in religious communities either. If we recall, 4 months ago, he was threatening on live TV that's gonna shut down all the churches and mosques. and then the churches, the churches and synagogues and mosques, yes, and then the churches and synagogues sued him at the Supreme Court and won, and he was like, well, what can you do? But no, seriously, all of these people, especially these people who have, on one hand, promoted an extremist, unrealistic, panic-hard narrative with regards to this particular fluffy cough, and on the other hand are directly responsible for many people having died because of this fluffy cough, who could have avoided such a terrible fate. These people should be knocked not just a peg or two, but like 100,000 pegs or two, 100,000.
Straight in the Potomac.
Straight in the Potomac, yes. I'm not very hopeful. You know, it's very rare for a descendant of the Italian mafia in New York to actually serve time in jail for even for very serious crimes. But I'm a little bit more hopeful for him to pay some political price for it in 2022, because that's when I think the gubernatorial elections are in the New York State. Not to mention that a lot of potentially Democrat voters have moved away because of the shithole that the city has become. As I'm sure many of you know, if you don't, you should check it up. The upstate New York is very deeply redneckish anyway, so you know there is quite a serious chance that you know, in less than 2 years there's going to be a different governor in New York, probably of a different color as well, and I mean that politically, not racially. Anyway, sticking around in New York. Speaking of shitholish, Bloomberg, Manhattan landlords offer record perks to fill empty apartments. Manhattan apartment landlords are resorting to the biggest move-in concessions on record in an effort to fill empty units during the pandemic. In January, the value of incentives on new leases averaged 2.3 months of free rent, the most in more than a decade of data keeping by appraiser Miller Samuel Incorporate and brokerage Douglas Elliman Real Estate. Apartments in costly Manhattan are a tough sell these days, as employees working remotely see little reason to live close to the office. With many schools and cultural attractions still shuttered, the main lure for renters weighing an apartment lease in the borough is getting a sizable bargain. You've got to keep sweetening the pot, said Jonathan Miller, president of Miller Samuel. The purpose of it is to temper the decline. The freebies helped somewhat. New lease signings jumped 58% from a year earlier to 6,255, the most for a January since 2008, the firm said in a report on Thursday. But that didn't do much to whittle down the pile of vacant apartments. Listings almost tripled from last January to 12,447. And revenue for landlords is still slipping. With the value of concessions subtracted, the median rent in Manhattan plunged 19% to $2,812. Still too expensive.
Yeah, and it was always that expensive. When you're looking at these statistics, you got to take into consideration how exactly was it before everything happened in the past year. And one resource that was really helpful, listened to him a few weeks back, was Louis Rossman, who lives in New York and has a business in New York, in Manhattan itself. And even he complained when he was looking for space just a few months back, that the landlords from the New York City are the most arrogant people on the planet.
The pot hasn't been sweetening enough. That's
no.
what you're saying. All right.
No, and they still have these impressions based on what he said, that they always want to keep rents high because they got this impression that some company will rent their space, some what we call a multinational here, or a giga corporation in American terms. Someone like a bank will want to open a space. Yeah, the bank was a good example for him, because he went on Fifth Avenue and he spoke of an example. There were like 3 Chase banks, but just Chase banks, not any other different banks, on a distance of several hundred meters from each other.
Yeah, well, considering that the banks are probably the most incentivized to go as virtual as possible. I wouldn't count on a bank renting the space. I'm just saying. On the other hand, I can't really have too much sympathy for the landlords especially in the Manhattan area, but generally in New York City. I've been to the place. It's a terrible place. $2,800 a month, and that's considered cheap. Are you kidding me?
Considered cheap only by New York City standards.
No, let me put it this way: I wouldn't stay there even if it were $28 a month. I wouldn't stay there. No, you would have to pay me to stay there.
Yeah, you would have to do a scheme like in Alaska. You get paid by the government a few $1,000s just to live there.
Yes. Yeah, that's what I would seriously take it into consideration. Still no guarantee that I would accept the deal, but at least I would seriously consider it. But to pay that much money to live in Manhattan, no, just no. Just the amount of rats and terrible smell is good enough to say nah. Now I'd rather live in Harare, Zimbabwe.
Yeah, but you don't understand, man. It's the Big Apple. It's the metropolis of the world, the financial capital of the planet.
Actually, London is the financial capital of the planet. Another terrible
it's
city.
the capital of Wall Street.
But not that terrible as terrible as New York, right?
Yeah,
London is terrible, but not that terrible.
There are still some nice places. For example, the Chelsea Borough.
Yeah, but still. And there's another aspect to keep in mind. Many of these New York landlords and firms and whatever, but real estate developers, they've been supporting Democrats for at least 100 years, 120-ish, something like that. And you all wanted the Great Reset. Now here's your Great Reset. With pudding. As the great honorable gentleman from Vermont would say. With pudding. Where's my pudding? But no, seriously, they're gonna have to dip a little bit further down, because now, admittedly, this will not last for too long. Probably towards the end of this year, you'll see a change upwards once again, because. And I'm saying this, I'm almost willing to bet, but I still haven't calculated the exact month. When I do, I'll be willing to place bets on this one, because there is this, admittedly it's a marginal trend of thought, but it's promoted by The Atlantic, where all the marginal trends of thought are promoted, where they say, oh, but the big cities will never come back because everyone will be afraid of another coup. And no. No, that's just not how this works. Yeah. After the Great Plague that lasted for 200 years, bigger cities were built and more crowded. That's just not how reality works. As soon as they call it the cultural attractions, I would say the degeneracy specific to the city. As soon as those things will be open, and they will, if not now, then at the latest after Cuomo is no longer governor. Okay, let me put it this way.
Yeah. I am personally not adamant to wait for the Guggenheim to open after one of those expos of poop and piss that exactly that Dennis Prager was talking about last time he came into Romania.
Yes.
Yeah, definitely don't want to wait to see that shit. And I don't mean that literally.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as those things will be open, and they will. I mean, if they don't, at some point, and the point being the next gubernatorial elections, there's going to be an anti-lockdown candidate who will win. So, it's not like they have a choice. But when that happens, things will get back to better. If I were to have it my way, I hope this one lasts as long as possible, because those motherfuckers deserve to pay. They do, and
with interest.
With interest, yes, and not because they're rich, but because they're slimy. That's the problem. I don't give a shit that they're rich. Good for them. The problem is that they're slimy, and slimy people deserve to pay with interest for their sliminess, regardless of their economic status. Poor slimy people should be made to pay as well, also with interest. Speaking of the Great Reset, The Hill, Bill Gates, rich nations should move to 100% synthetic beef. Bill Gates recently said that he believes rich nations would help the global fight against climate change by consuming only plant-based meat products instead of beef. In a recent interview with Technology Review, Gates discussed his new book, How to Avoid a Climate Disaster, and emphasized the benefits of rich nations which could produce by moving to 100% synthetic beef. I do think all rich countries should move to 100% synthetic beef, Gates said when asked about how countries can help reduce methane emissions when it comes to food production. You can get used to the taste difference, and the claim is they're going to make it taste even better over time. The philanthropist and Microsoft co-founder told the outlet he's hopeful that a turn to plant-based proteins will help combat methane emissions produced by livestock. That will be cow poop. Impossible and Beyond have a roadmap, a quality roadmap, and a cost roadmap that makes them totally competitive, Gates said, referring to popular plant-based meat companies. As for scale, today they don't represent 1% of the meat in the world, but they're on their way. Gates told Technology Review that he acknowledges the alternative argument that getting rid of cows is viewed as an unpopular approach, but he said that the benefits of plant protein are worth a shift for some countries. Eventually, the green premium is modest enough that you can sort of change the behavior of people or use regulation to totally shift the demand, Gates said. So for meat in the middle income and above countries, I do think it's possible, close quote. Now, of course, it's an absolute pure coincidence that Bill Gates owns the patents for most of the fake meat technology. I'm sure you're shocked to learn this.
Well, of course, he's shilling for his own enterprise.
Yeah, so whenever Bill Gates talks, there's usually three categories. Bill Gates only has three categories. He runs on three different scripts. One is shilling for his own enterprise, which is the case here. Two is disdainful nonsense. And three, insanity, basically, right? This one is not from the insanity. I mean, they're easy to confuse because all three of them sound insane, but they're not the same, right? Because sometimes he's just stupid in public for free, just because he can. Okay, fair enough. I mean, there is the right of the people to be stupid in public shall not be infringed. Then there is the situation where he's shilling for his enterprise, which is the case here. And then there is the situation where he basically forgets that he's not really that important. And unfortunately, there are quite a lot of people who take this guy way too seriously, more seriously than he should have been taken. I mean, when you question his involvement in things like the Wuhan Home Organization, that's a very serious topic, and he's been one of the, how did the British Medical Journal call him? The global health disruptor. He's not the only one, but he was one of the most known global health disruptors. So, that's a serious topic. But then there are a lot of other topics where Bill Gates just speaks because he's selling a book, he's shilling for his enterprise and things like that, and that's pretty much it. You don't have to really take him seriously. Someone was trying to convince me that, oh my god, he owns a lot of aggregate farmland, and I'm like,
yeah,
does he? Okay, let's see, how much land does Bill Gates own? Oh, hold on a second. I personally know two people who own more farmland than Bill Gates, and I'm a nobody. Okay, no, he doesn't own really that much farmland. As for this argument about the cow poop warming up the planet and things like that, this is a very old argument. It's the kind of pseudoscience that has been around for 40, 50 years, something like that. And the fake meat shilling has also been around for 20 years, probably even more than that. At some point, I believe it was 2010, there was some more aggressive shilling for things like that. Some company in Japan had managed a sort of a breakthrough. It went nowhere because, at the end of the day, you still have to convince people to voluntarily give shekels to your fake meat. And as it turns out, Japanese people weren't particularly keen on it, and then they tried to move it away from Japan into some second and third world countries where they also had little to no success. So there's that.
Well, of course, there's a cost incentive at the end. If fake meat costs you just as much or even more than real meat, well, even though it shouldn't cost that much considering it's made out of plants and plants are abundant. Okay, not specifically talking about plants in general, but the plants that they're definitely using. Oh, for example, soybeans. Finally, the farmers from the US have to sell soybeans somewhere else but China.
Yeah, the thing is that the whole argument is not even not even a progressive one, it's a deeply regressive one, right? There was a time when humanity was eating mostly a plant-based diet. It was called the Stone Age. Then, as a race, the human race, we grew out of it. We became slightly smarter by not being soy boys anymore. Okay, so there's that.
Or berry boys.
Or berry boys, correct? Yes, that's true. There's that. And and there is another argument that, of course, Bill Gates doesn't make because he probably has no idea about it. Because Bill Gates is many things, but definitely not a good policy wonk. If you're really concerned about the so-called impact on so-called climate change by cows, then you have two ways of addressing it without being a totalitarian crackpot. One of them is convince India to kill more cows. Well, good luck with that. That would be difficult. And second, this one is easier actually. Convince the European Union and the United States to stop subsidizing some of the meat growth. Well, that's easy. Well, but that would be a liberty-oriented solution, and that's complicated. So as a result, of course, the European Union is now considering introducing an excise tax on meat. So on one hand, we subsidize it, and then we charge an excise tax on it.
Yeah, it's pretty much the ass backwards approach. So if you want to scratch your hair, scratch it like this.
In fairness, it's pretty much the same as is the case with tobacco in most of Europe, and definitely the entirety of the European Union, where growth of tobacco is subsidized and then subjected to an excise tax.
A humongous excise tax.
Yes. How about not having an excise tax and not having a subsidy? Wouldn't that be great?
But if that will happen, then what will be the purpose in life for those Bruxellian bureaucrats?
Well, they could be farming tobacco themselves.
I wouldn't trust them with a ficus plant inside the house, let alone with a tobacco plantation, because
I'm sorry, I would trust them to pick my cotton. I'm just saying. They could be good enough for that. They largely have a very similar IQ with the previous generation of cotton pickers. All right, let's move further north in North America. Fox News. Canada introduces weapon bills that would allow cities to ban guns. Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau Tuesday called for sweeping measures amendments to an existing gun control law that would permit municipalities to ban handguns and institute a new federal buyback program. You can't fight gun violence or any violence on just one front, Kakdo said during a press conference. You can't fight it without addressing its root causes, says Kakdo. The legislation not only includes increased penalties for established illegal activities like gun trafficking, but tighter restrictions on importing ammunition and increased policing authority. The bill backs municipalities in creating bylaws that make the possession, storage and transportation of handguns illegal. Yeah, good luck with that. Chief firearms officers would also have the authority to suspend or revoke gun licenses if there are reasonable grounds to suspect an individual is no longer eligible to maintain their license. This would allow authorities to investigate individuals reported by friends or family members under a new yellow flag law, which is why you should shoot these kinds of people. Gun ownership in Canada, in this country, is a privilege and not a right. It's a privilege that's predicated on the strict adherence to our laws, our regulations, and our restrictions, Public Safety Minister Bill Blair told Canada-based news outlet News 1130. Police and border officials would additionally be able to share licensing and registration data to investigate matters involving firearms, particularly when it comes to gun smuggling along Canada's southern border with the US. Canadians called for these bold steps. We heard you and we're taking action, Kakdo said, adding that a buyback program will also be introduced in the coming weeks to get Get's firearms off the streets. Fox News, get an editor. We're not targeting law-abiding citizens who own guns to go hunting or for sport, the Prime Minister said. The measures we're enforcing are concrete and practical, and they have one goal, and the goal is to protect you, your family, and your community. Yeah, I'll protect myself with my gun, thank you very much. The legislation announced Tuesday is in addition to a ban on over 1,500 varieties of quote-unquote assault-style firearms Kakdo introduced in May of last year. The news here is that there are still some guns in civilian hands in Canada. I mean, that's a surprise.
Oh, there are quite a few, particularly
when you get out of the big cities.
Well,
outside of Alberta, I mean.
No, there are also outside the big cities. Northern Quebec has a lot of firearms. Southern Quebec has a lot of firearms as well.
That's true. That's true.
Well, of course, you can't be separatists with sticks and stones.
That's fair enough. But you know, in Ontario, even deep rural Ontario, I remember when I was there, we had to pick up a friend of ours and take him all the way back to the US so we can shoot something, because you know, the very idea of, you know, oh, guns, oh no, of course not, man. I mean, you know, that's dangerous. What? Kids, please. Yeah, so you know, the news being that there are still guns in civilian hands, especially in the big cities, because you know he wants to authorize municipalities to ban guns. You know, other than the Chinese mafia, is there anyone else in the big cities of Canada that still has guns? I mean, you know, in Toronto, the only people that had guns were the triads. When I was there, at the very least. I don't know, maybe things have changed over the last 3 years.
So triads and those criminals will always get guns, no matter how much the government will try to stop it.
I don't think the triads give a damn about the Toronto's bylaws. I mean, I'm just saying. You know, I could be wrong. Well, you know, I've been wrong in the past, but come on, be realistic here.
Well, of course they don't care. Not even the Canadian government cares, because they will do racial profiling.
Oh, yes.
They want to focus
there
on
you
the
go.
triads.
You wouldn't want to be racist, so therefore leave the triads alone. The triads did nothing wrong. You know. But you know, maybe they can justify it under you know, health security. You know, the triads might cough, so therefore, you know, maybe you should profile the triads for coughs. And while you're there, how about look into their weapons a little bit? But no, seriously, the thing is that this particular politician, Bill Blair, if I recall correctly here, you know, he's not wrong when he says that you know, the Canadians have asked for these measures. No, sorry, Trudeau said. He's not wrong. You know, he was re-elected at a point where no human with over monkey's IQ would vote for Trudeau, and yet he was re-elected. Therefore, his conclusion is logical. That means that a significant minority, yeah, sure, not the majority, but a significant minority, just to put him in government, wants this. Yes, ask for this. So, you know, I can't condemn Trudeau for doing what he promised he would do if elected. Well, he was elected, there you go. And no, you can't complain about election fraud. I mean, you know, I've seen the way Trudeau was elected. It was fair and square. You know, it's the electorate that is the problem, not the election system.
Yeah, that's why why it was so shocking, because nobody expected Trudeau after his first term to get elected, but he somehow was, and it was fair. And so
well, it's the current year.
Yeah,
plus 6,
plus 6,
plus 6, right? Yeah,
that job will never get old.
Oh no, probably Trudeau will no longer be in government. You know, when is the next election? 23, I think.
Yeah, 2023.
Oh, you know, probably he'll not be in government after 23. But the joke will still be fun. I mean, you know, in 2035 it will be current year plus 20, and it would still be fun. But yeah, you know, and the thing is that they don't even have a serious opposition, because you know, the people in Alberta are not willing, in sufficient enough numbers, to organize politically. And if you don't organize politically, you don't have representation at the round table where decisions are made. It just is what it is. That's why, Trudeau's party, or the Democrat Party in the US, or CDU in Germany, or yes, the Tories in the UK, PSOE in Spain, they invest a lot in voter suppression propaganda, because as long as you don't organize and put your own political representation at the same round table, they don't have any legal or moral obligation to give a damn about what you think. It just is what it is. So yeah, good luck. Fox News: California and Florida show similar COVID trends despite different policies. I love this article because it's a case that I made in September. and then Tom Woods made the case in January, and now finally it is mainstream news. And the case I made alongside with a friend from MIT. Soon enough we'll be having a podcast on this channel with my friend from MIT. Anyway, despite tackling the COVID-19 pandemic in vastly different ways, California and Florida have experienced similar trends, with the number of cases and death rate on the decline in recent weeks. California has emerged as one of the strictest states in the nation, with Governor Gavin Newsom, a Democrat, shutting down businesses and schools. His administration said it was implementing these measures based on the county's ICU capacity. Meanwhile, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, a Republican, has taken an entirely different approach. Though he took similar measures to Newsom early in the pandemic, he eventually lifted statewide restriction on the economy and prohibited law enforcement for fining people. The latest data from Johns Hopkins University shows California reported nearly 3.5 million COVID-19 cases in total, while Florida more than 1.82 million. Florida's population is slightly more than half of California's. But even when that considered, both states have reported similar percentages of cases and deaths compared with the overall population. California's total number of COVID-19 cases as a percentage of the population is 8.8%, while Florida is about 8.3%. Out of all the people in California who have gotten COVID-19, 1.35% died in California, while in Florida 1.57%. Over the past 7 days, Florida has recorded 322 cases and 7.4 deaths per million people, while California had 231 cases and 10.5 deaths per million people. In terms of hospitalizations, Florida has 218 per million people, California 244. DeSantis has taken heat for what many consider to be his lax approach to the pandemic. Last week, the Republican governor lashed out at the news media when he suggested a bias in coverage of the pandemic, even as concerns swirl over more contagious strains of COVID-19 potentially spreading at Super Bowl gatherings. That turned out to be a mythology as well. When a journalist asked DeSantis about the spread of a more contagious variant in the context of super spreader events following the Super Bowl, the governor took it as an unjustified hit against the home team. While hospitalizations from the virus have been on a downward trend for nearly a month, concern remain about any additional casualties. In California, Newsom is facing the prospect of a recall election brought on by outrage over the economic and social impact of his response to the pandemic. Over the weekend, organizers of the recall campaign said they had collected more than 1.5 million signatures needed to qualify for a ballot. Committees behind the recall hope to gather well beyond the required 1.5 million to ensure it qualifies ahead of the March 17th deadline. Newsom is gone. Polls show Newsom's popularity has been sliding as residents recoil from long-running coronavirus rules that have shuttered schools and businesses. The governor also has weathered a public backlash for dining out with friends and lobbyists at the San Francisco Bay Area restaurant last fall, while telling his residents to stay at home. And more recently, an ever-expanded fraud scandal at the state unemployment agency as his leadership during the pandemic under even closer scrutiny. So it's almost as if virus can a virus. As Michael Osterholm, an American epidemiologist who has been saying this for over 6 months, 7 months now, probably even more than that, keeps on saying, look, it doesn't matter what measures you take, virus gonna virus. It's still gonna have the same shape, roughly similar spread, maybe at best with very extreme measures. Maybe you can shrink things roughly around the edges, but not by much. You're not really saving anyone, and in overall trends it's gonna cost more than it gives, right? The benefits will definitely be outweighed by the harm done by the measures, and in the end, virus gonna virus. Gee, who could have predicted that? Oh wait, we did! Remember in April when you all cursed at me when I said 100% of what the media tells you about this particular fluffy cough, and especially 100% of what epidemiologists and experts and modelers are telling you is wrong. That's what I said in April on this channel. And you all cursed at me, saying, oh, you're not a doctor, man, how would you know?
Yeah, and another argument in favor of Florida, which makes it even more criminal to what California has done, is that we all know that Florida is the place where every boomer wants to retire in,
and they do,
and there are huge communities of retirement homes in Florida. Yet one would have expected, if they were to to take the experts or the modelers for real, that they should have seen
huge piles
of bodies, yeah, which never happened.
Yes, I mean, as Tom Woods likes to say, because I said on all things COVID, please follow Tom Woods, a libertarian thinker. He has the autism necessary to give you graphs on every county in the US and all sorts of comparison. The guy really is really pissed off on the whole idea. And he usually says, look, if the cartoon version of this virus, this fluffy cough, if the cartoon version presented in the media were true, then yeah, there should be huge piles of bodies in the streets in Florida, because life is entirely back to normal and has been back to normal for months in Florida, and nothing happened. When virus had to decline, it started declining everywhere on the planet, roughly around the same period, okay, give or take 2 weeks, but for the most part, virus kind of virus.
Yeah, and on the same topic, also another chart that came out, but this is not about the US, about Europe. A chart surfaced which was comparing the evolution of the pandemic in the UK and the evolution of the pandemic in Sweden, which is, as we know, a country that took basically
almost no
stance against the virus. And guess what? They're exactly the same.
Of course they are. With one significant difference: the death rate in Sweden is smaller.
Yeah,
fewer people.
That one as well. Yeah.
And you'll say, oh yeah, but Sweden has lower population density. Fine, compare Stockholm versus London. Stockholm still fares better, much better. And as you can see on the footage, because again, I've been there during the summer, at the peak of their so-called first wave, right? When the whole city was coughing, literally.
Yeah, which was during midsummer as well.
Yes, and the whole country traveled around, kind of like the Chinese Lunar Year, which just ended, kind of like the same thing. Midsummer is is for Sweden what the Chinese New Year is for China. The entire population travels around. Nothing happened. And hospitalizations and new infections still continue to decline after midsummer, even though, again, very few people actually stayed indoors and protected themselves from the virus. No, everyone traveled for midsummer, because you don't cancel a midsummer in Sweden. You just don't. Okay? And yeah, virus kind of virus. And the same thing here. Yeah, Florida's population is significantly, I don't think it's the oldest, but it is in top 5 the oldest in the US. Whereas the population in California is the 44th or the 45th
youngest, yeah. Oldest, yeah.
Yeah, or in the top 5 youngest, right? It's mostly UPs that live in California, whose serious concern over this particular fluffy cough should be nil, right? Well, it's not nil, and that's because we've explained last episode, lots of junkies, if you consume enough drugs, combine them enough for enough years, you're gonna probably develop some sort of kidney disease, and if you have a kidney disease, then yes, this particular fluffy cough becomes slightly more smiley and probably will kill you. So there's that. But if you're not a junkie and you're younger than 50, then you shouldn't be worried about this little fluffy cough. Which is what makes Gavin Newsom's performance on the virus even more spectacular. I mean, you got more hospitalizations than Florida with fewer boomers. You got bigger death rate lately than Florida with fewer boomers. And with everything shut down, admittedly, it's true, over the last 3 months, Californians are no longer observing the rules. So, it's probably not fair to put the results of the last 3 months and to say that, well, look, with the measures it didn't work. Yeah, nobody observed them. Kind of like Czechia, over in Europe, or Romania for that matter. I mean, if you read our media, we're under epidemiological communism. If you go out on the streets, you're like, and where's the pandemic? There isn't. Okay, so there's that. But still, time to sack Newsom. I hope the effort succeeds. They will succeed in triggering the referendum, but I'm hoping it passes as well. And I think it will. I mean, California is the place that voted, with Obama president, voted against gay marriage. California is a place that voted against introducing affirmative action in 2020. not in prehistory or something. So, there is a strong hope that this one shall pass as well.
And Gavin Newsom deserves this.
Of course.
Remember, in the earlier SOFA reports, we've had articles with the California state placing orders in order to shut down the electricity in your house.
Yes.
Not exactly in the middle of summer, but still pretty hot.
Period.
Even by California standards. Just because you were having an unauthorized party.
You didn't have a license to party, comrade. Right. Also, Gavin Newsom is the guy that issued the guidance that you should put your mask on in between your bites when you're eating at the restaurant. I mean, these people should be helicoptered from office, man. Via the ballot box again. Although, California is very close to the ocean, maybe they should try the classical way as well. It works. Just ask the Argentinians. But just like the Argentinians, you have to do it consistently because, Argentinians stopped doing it and the troubles emerged immediately. So, no, there's that. Anyway, let's get over this side of the pond. I love this article. Too bad I had to cut a lot from it because it's just huge, but please read it in its entirety if you have the time. I'm going to try to read as little from it as possible. It's pretty long, but it's so glorious. The Guardian. We are desperate for human contact. The people breaking lockdown to have sex. Last summer, shortly after the first lockdown was relaxed enough to allow strangers to meet outdoors, Rosie, 35, editor based in London, joined the man for a first date in Hampstead Heath. He said, I bought some wine with me, but the glasses are in my flat around the corner. I'd only met him for an hour. Even in normal times, I wouldn't be up for that. She can't be entirely sure if he was suggesting an illicit drink or a very quick off-the-bat shag, but it wasn't a dilemma at least. Maybe people's pheromones have gone funny, she says, or maybe I secretly have COVID and can't smell anyone properly, but I've had some smoldering frisson at the supermarket than I have on a date. I've had sex just 4 times since March. What we would call that in Romanian NFHH. For nearly a year, give or take, the odd month, the rules introduced to fight the spread of the cough meant that in England, sex between single people or established couples who don't cohabit has in effect been either illegal or against regulations, or only allowed outdoors. To give that a sense of scale, 40% of people, rising to 71% among 16 to 29-year-olds, don't live in a couple. Well, that's unfortunate. Things are not much better in the rest of the United Kingdom. Over the summer, Scotland exempted established couples from its household mixing ban, and in Wales an extended household could be formed, but like the bubble system in England, of which more below, none of this did much for people who weren't already together. Looking at the rules as a whole, Adam Wagner, a barrister specializing in human rights, concludes it's been a sad old year for everyone. As a result, talking to single people about their sex life since the start of the pandemic is a labyrinth, a constant cross-check between what was allowed and what actually happened, told in a series of bizarre, dreamlike sequences from intense, anguished romances cut short by global circumstance, through muted misfires sucked dry by the vacuum in which they began, to bloodless, stilted dates in municipal parks or local supermarket. It's like reading a short story told by Lev Tolstoy 1 minute and Ian McEwan the next. As Rosie puts it, the park is just not a sexy place. Faced with such challenge to their sex lives, people tend to defer, not to the letter of the law, but to the most cautious person in the house. Rosie has 2 flatmates, both are single. We agreed that we were allowed to break the rules if we were going to have sex. We weren't just allowed to go to any old mate's house, but if there was a goal in sight, then yes. For a short time, from July 3rd, it was once again legal to go to somebody's house and do what you please there, except in Leicester, which was subject to a local lockdown. But only for a month, when new regulations were introduced in the north of England. From this point until November, sex bans were switched on and off from area to area. There was a short period when only people in the Isle of Wight were allowed to have non-cohabited or bubble sex. I mean, seriously. The looser regulations around Christmas for tiers 1 and 2 meant you could conceivably have gone on a date so long as it was on Christmas Day. All of which was meant that some people started a relationship when it was legal, only to find out it was suddenly illegal. Neil, who is primary school teacher, met his accountant boyfriend in October. It's pretty piquant to teach 30 kids a day and the rest not even be allowed to sit in your partner's garden. Charlie, 46, who works for an NGO, has a tiny home. She met Karen in October on Lex, a queer dating app. It came to an explosive head right as the November lockdown began. I think we got a hotel room the last night before they all shut. Karen was living with friends, so they had nowhere to go. We spent a lot of time in Oxfam on Bloomsbury Street. Then non-essential retail closed. It became Walthamstow marshes. Okay, well, I don't know what that is. That was all we could do. That was thrilling. I felt like a teenager. I mean, I got no sex as a teenager, but how I imagine teenagers should be. Star-crossed and tragic lovers. I was smitten. Karen went back to Scandinavia, where she's from, and is now locked down there. Probably Norwegian, because those are the only insane people in Scandinavia. A lot of people are very angry, Neil says. This is about more than me and my situation. From a safety point of view, we probably wouldn't be meeting anyway because he lives with his parents and they're in their 60s. My sense is that this hasn't become a bigger issue because people have taken things into their own hands. They've decided for themselves what is safe and reasonable. Oh no. It turns out you can only enforce abstinence by statutory instrument for a short time before you create a large number of criminals, who would have thought. And if the people I spoke to are anything like representative, most of them are quite livid. The one rule for them, another for us indignation came up a lot, but its mascot was not Dominic Cummings, but Neil Ferguson, the epidemiologist who was busted in May for breaking regulations with his married lover. I mean, that guy should be shot anyway. Not because he was shagging a married woman, but because he was wrong and paid no price for it. The government's approach to it is so pathetic, so childish, so Tory, Rosie continues. Everything has to be family friendly. There is no recognition that they're governing a nation of adults and having a sex life is part of being an adult. People in established relationships who don't cohabit feel the same way, Neil says. That when the government talks about households, it's a certain model of society where we're all in our neat little family units. It doesn't necessarily reflect the complexity of many people's lives today. Well, tough luck. It's not beyond the wit of modern society to accommodate this complexity. In Belgium, they invented the concept of knuffle contact, literally a hug buddy, but widely understood as Lot 37 phrased it, a shagging exemption, although there is not a lot of liquidity in the shagging market these days. Last week, the Brussels Hotel Association appealed to the knuffle contacts to keep the industry alive by mini-breaking in their own capital. You don't get much more explicit than that. Nobody goes to a hotel for a hug. In Italy, meanwhile, as far back as last April, they introduced the congiunti rule, a word that even Italians had to Google. The government finally clarified that it could mean relations, in-laws, spouses, cohabitants, long-term partners, and loved ones. Loved ones is doing a lot of heavy lifting there. It seems a peculiarly British response to think that sex will simply vanish if you ban it, but don't really talk about it. This is not about without consequence, the most obvious being that people who want to meet someone and start a family are watching that possibility slip away. I was 34 at the start of this, Becky says, and I worry about coming out of the pandemic age 37 with all these crucial decisions taken away from me. I'm not someone who's baby mad, but it brings home the gender difference between women our age and men our age. It doesn't affect them the way it affects us. Every woman in her 30s I spoke to felt this evaporation of choices keenly and felt that the trade-offs hadn't been maturely weighed. It's not even what my grandparents would want, that their protection came at the cost of a generation of people not living their full lives. Oh, that's kind of like, merci boomer, in France, right? Coyness from everyone, but policymakers in particular, has erased the experiences of a huge number of single, non-cohabitating people. Laws have been made as if they either don't exist or don't matter. How can I go on living my life in such a way as I don't feel forgotten, asks Gordon.
This article, man.
Yeah, the article is even longer than that. I urge you to read it in its entirety. It's just glorious. I don't think I can describe it as schadenfreude. I will describe it as just honk. Because, these people utterly deserve everything they're getting, all of them. Because, if you accept the very notion of having to ask the government for permission or waiting for the permission from the government, to go visit a friend. It doesn't matter whether it's for a fuck or for a beer or whatever. It doesn't matter. If you accept the fundamental notion that you should first have permission from the government to do that, then that means you totally deserve it. And no, zero sympathy. I can't sympathize with these people. I mean, seriously, you're not having sex because the government doesn't let you? And again, considering the fact that, who's doing the enforcement? I mean, really? There's 65-ish million people in the United Kingdom. Are you seriously going to tell me that there is some serious policing over who's fucking who? Really? Is that even possible? Not legally, but physically, logistically.
No, it isn't.
Of course it isn't. Yeah, I presume legally they have some guidelines that they can try to boss you around, but you can tell them to fuck off. And it usually works. At least my friends in the United Kingdom have observed zero of the pandemic rules. And sometimes they ask me on how to tell the police to fuck off, and consulted with a few barristers, and turns out it's not really that complicated. Admittedly, it's a little bit more complicated than in Romania, but not by much. Not by much. But then again, these people, none of them have a conservative friend. So
Well, too terrible for them. But I think Orwell was too gentle when describing Airstrip 1 when we look at this article, and the thing is that if you spend some time along the British, you realize that these things are actually genuine. That's the frightening part, so to speak.
Yeah, Orwell thought that in order to achieve this result, you would have to create a junior anti-sex league and all of that. But it turns out you just tell them you're going to cough, and they'll voluntarily. These people deserve nothing. Nothing good anyway. They deserve everything they're getting. As for but the approach is so Tory. No, it's not the Tories' fault that you're all dumb. Really. It isn't.
No. You just gotta look at yourself in the mirror.
Yeah.
And give yourself 2 slaps on the face, and hopefully get back to reality.
I mean, the Tories can be blamed for not attacking Boris Johnson earlier and preventing the latest lockdown. The Tories can be blamed for not emphasizing civil liberties as much as they should have. There are many things for which you can blame the Tories, but for this particular aspect, no, it's not the Tories' fault. No, it's the people's fault. It really is. Because, again, it's not like... that's why I'm very careful when I use terms like, sanitary fascism. Sure, I use them in jest quite a lot, but I try not to use them seriously, because at the end of the day, most of this is administrative stuff, gone through magistrates in the United Kingdom and through... civil administrative courts in continental Europe. It's not a criminal offense. So, it's kind of like a parking fine.
Yeah, it is pretty much like that.
In fact, it's even less than that, because you can't contest parking fines on civil rights grounds. You can contest all of these on civil rights grounds. So, it's not, for the most part, it's all artificial. And if you trust the government, in the sense that the government tells you should not be going and have sex, which, by the way, the government did not say. Again, the Tories are at fault for a lot of disdainful nonsense having going on in the United Kingdom over the last year, but this one is not their fault. No, this one is the fault of the people. And do you think, for instance, there is that lady quoted there that, I might be coming off of the pandemic age 37, I could be having children. Do you think the BAME communities are in the same situation?
No, they're not.
Not
even the Eastern Europeans are in the same situation.
No, definitely not. Definitely not. But again, I'm not comparing with Eastern Europeans. I'm comparing with another population subgroup in the same country, right? Because all of these are, middle-class left-wing pricks, essentially, right? And upper middle-class left-wing pricks. Because otherwise they wouldn't be voluntarily giving an interview to The Guardian, okay? So there's that. But do you think the BAME communities are in the same situation? And if they're not, and they're not, the statistics are pretty obvious about that, then why not? Either they're criminals and you're just very virtuous, or maybe they're just smarter than you and they deserve to replace you. My money is on the second one. You know, and I always piss off a lot of European conservatives when I say that, look, if you want to complain about mass immigration, at least complain it honestly. Complain about it honestly, in the sense that yes, you should be trying to take control as much as possible over your borders and whatnot. But don't complain about, but we're being replaced. No, nobody can replace you by force. It's happening because you want to. That's why I don't accept any whining about replacement from anyone that has less than 7 children. That's why I don't talk about replacement, because I don't have 7 children, and therefore, because that's the thing. I can accept a speech about replacement from Ursula von der Leyen. She has 7 children. Okay, fair enough. She might have a point, but most people, they don't. So stop complaining.
Yeah, you don't have kids because you want to save the environment. You don't have kids because they're expensive,
or because you didn't want to cough.
Or because you didn't want to cough.
Because that's one of the most ridiculous thing imaginable, right? Putting off the plans to making a family because you might cough. That's and at the same time, the exact same person complains that the rules are family-centered. Well, now I would take that as a hint, as an incentive to create the family now.
Yep.
Christ Almighty.
Yeah, but you don't want to do it because you may cough in the process.
Yeah, you may cough, and this particular fluffy cough is gonna, again, this particular fluffy cough. At some point, I'm gonna auction this one off when it's no longer going to be at the pandemic level. But the cough itself will be with us. Well, maybe not forever, but definitely another 100 years from now, until it mutates beyond recognition, like it happened with the Spanish flu, which hasn't been around only for about 5 years, by the way. 5, not 50. Okay. So yeah, zero sympathy for these people. Reuters: Spain's government's debt rose to 117.1% of the GDP in 2020. Spain's public debt rose to 117% of the gross domestic product as the cough and the measures imposed to curb it lifted borrowing and led to a deep economic contraction, the Bank of Spain said on Wednesday. Debt as a percentage of the GDP increased by more than 20 percentage points in 2020 from 95.5% recorded in December 19, the Bank of Spain's data showed. The debt's total value rose to 122 billion euros in 2020 to 1.31 trillion euros, mainly as a result of increased government spending on direct aid to people and companies affected by the pandemic, the economy minister said on Wednesday. Spain's economy shrank by a record of 11% in 2020 compared to 2019. Again, it's not the virus, all right? So it's not here, but companies affected by the pandemic. No, this particular fluffy cough did absolutely nothing wrong. It's not the fault of this fluffy cough that a lot of the companies are bankrupt. Yeah, sure, if Spain had done like Belarus, basically, zero measures, some companies might have been economically affected by the fact that, for a while, several days, several weeks, a portion of their workers would be under medical leave. So there would have been some economic turbulence anyway, and that could have been honestly placed on the backs of the pandemic. So yeah, the pandemic is at fault for that. But that would have been a very temporary situation, because those people would have gotten sick, then they would have recovered, and they would have come back to work, and that would be pretty much it. But what Spain did, and again, Spain is the most extremist example in Europe anyway, not in Europe, I think in the whole Western world, they made Franco look like a Democrat. I'm serious. That's not the fault of the virus. No, this cough did nothing wrong. We were reading recently the situation in Palma de Mallorca, right, where about a third of the population are way beneath the poverty line, as in, getting food from the food banks.
Yeah, or
these people were
or staying in queue at the soup places.
Yeah.
In order to get a free meal a day. Well, holy shit, that's pretty fucking terrible.
Yeah, but those people were in one of the wealthiest areas of Europe, really. I mean, Palma de Mallorca was one of those fancy places. Now, admittedly, you can also say that it's at least in part their fault, first of all, for accepting this, and second of all, for not having any sort of reserves and savings to attack during a time of crisis. So it is in part their fault, for sure. But still, none of those people would have been in this state of poverty without the extremist response from Partido Socialista Obrero Español, right? It's just the fact, and it's not the fault of this fluffy cough. It's not. No matter how you try to phrase it, and Reuters tries to be neutral, and but the pandemic and the measures. No, just the measures.
Just the measures, yeah.
Just the measures. And until we get to and it's very important, it may sound like nitpicking here, but it's very important to get the language right. The fault does not lie with the virus. It just doesn't. It lies with governments. And governments are, you can't tax a virus. You can't vote a virus out of the office. You can't, the virus cannot decide loans. The virus cannot decide taxes. The virus cannot decide lockdowns. The virus can't do any of this. The governments can. That's why the governments have to be held accountable for their mistakes, whether they were mistakes or criminal intent. Again, that has to be established as well. In the case of Spain, I think it was just pure panic, because I don't count PSOE as among the competent. Because even criminal enterprises need competent people. I'm just saying. But seriously, it's not getting better, at least not in Spain. Almost everywhere else is getting better, but not in Spain. And that's because Spain has always been pretty special on these things. Increasingly, there are a lot of legit fascist marches all over the country. And I don't mean Vox here. The cathedral media tries to scare the normies that Vox is the rise of... No, Vox is a populist conservative party. No, I mean the legit fascist. The ones that say that...
The legit Francoists.
Yes, the ones that say that, Franco was better than the current regime. And unfortunately, in some areas of Spain, they're difficult to argue with.
To argue against.
Yes,
Yep.
yes. It's very difficult to find a way to say that they're wrong. And that's kind of terrible. Admittedly, that's also not a surprise.
Yeah, we expect to see PSOE in the single digit, probably extinct at the next election.
These people are resilient as fuck. It would be great if that would be the case. I don't think they're going to be extinct, but they're going to go through another 2014 moment when they went from 47% to 12. That could happen, and that should happen, and quite frankly, it couldn't happen to a more deserving bunch. But extinct, they're kind of like the worms, they just never go away. Or like those kitchen bugs, this nuclear war, they're still there. Right? So I hope that they will be wiped out, although I would be very careful about that, because if they get wiped out, who replaces them? It's gonna be Podemos. I'm just saying. Shit. Yeah, there you go. I mean, that would be the Iranian-funded left. Okay. So Podemos makes PSOE look like very decent, moderate people in comparison, right? They're all a bunch of helicopterables, but there's degrees in helicopter. That's why there's a queue for the helicopter, right?
It will be interesting to explore how exactly did the political consensus change during this pandemic in Spain. Because we honestly don't have that much information on it. Even in the Spanish media, they're pretty non-political about it.
Well, that's because a lot of journalists in Spain are still kind of scared to approach the situation politically, even though they should, because again, most of the discussion around this particular fluffy cough is political. It's not scientific, it's not medical, it's political, it's politics. But yes, Spanish journalists have been incredibly reluctant to approach this politically, both left-wing and right-wing journalists, all of them, they're pretty shy about that. And also the political consensus is changing by region rather than nationally, right? For instance, in Catalonia, they're getting more left-wing, in the sense that now, for instance, there is a great success that they banned smoking on the beaches. It doesn't matter that it only applies to a city of Barcelona that has like 5 beaches, and most of the beaches are actually not in Barcelona, so it basically doesn't apply anywhere. And also it doesn't have sanctions, kind of like most of these useless policies that don't have sanctions. Whereas in Madrid area, the situation is fragmenting at a remarkable speed, with fewer and fewer people sticking around with the current consensus, and some of them going to Vox, some of them going to the popular party, Partido Popular, and some of them, yes, going to the Francoist movement. The next local elections are going to be really fun in Spain, and they're probably going to see legit Francoists, at least in local councils, once again.
Well, congratulations, you brought fascism back.
Yeah.
Italy didn't manage to do that.
Well, patience. Considering that there another year or two of a Draghi government, I wouldn't be so keen on closing the chapter on Italy yet. A lot of several months or several years of Draghi government can bring a lot of can resurrect a lot of dead people, just like it happened the previous time when they had a technocratic government, and then you had Franco Frattini winning the mayor's office in Rome with the fascist salute. And I'm just saying, do not underestimate the Eurocrats who think that they know better. They managed to resurrect the worst excesses of every European country. It is what it is.
Yeah, but I'm not sure exactly about Italy, but Spain fucked up the situation at such a tremendous pace in the span of a year. Then, yeah, that's why exactly I believe that PSOE is shaking pretty badly, and it's a possibility that heads will roll.
No, I don't disagree about that. I just don't think that they'll be exterminated politically. Not yet, anyway. Just that I don't think it's going to happen. But yeah, sure, they're definitely going to collapse, and the next Spanish parliament will contain a lot fewer PSOE MPs for sure. And also, most recently, in addition to the debt situation, they also arrested some rapper that poked fun at the prime minister and the king and whatever.
The one from Catalonia.
Yeah, and on some lèse-majesté kind of legislation that is so absolutely insane. And they arrested him from, I think they picked him up from some university or whatever. That's another fuck up. So very obvious curbs on freedom of speech, of which the Spaniards haven't been accustomed over the last 35-ish years. And then you have all of these pandemic measures that the Spaniards were surprisingly willing to go along with for quite a long time, not anymore now, but for quite some time. And then you have the economic situation, which again hasn't been rosy in Spain for decades anyway. I mean, let's face it, Spain hasn't been a wealthy country over time. It was only a narrow window when they had very cheap loans available, and that was when most of the development happened. But for the most part, Spain is not an economic powerhouse by any means. But again, not an economic powerhouse is one thing, but being so deep into in shit, 117%, considering that most of their debt is foreign owned and rolled over by the European Central Bank, this ain't getting better. I'm very tempted to look up for that video from Nigel Farage from 2009 when he was saying, come in number 2 and here's Spain. And then when Spain will hit, there will be no more money. And he turned out to be correct then, and that the exact same speech applies now, because when the bailouts were going to have to roll, and they will, when it's going to have to be the question of bailing out Spain, there will be no more money. And then once again, you have the fuck-ups noticed in 2010 or 2011. And Once again, the United States will recover by 2022 at the latest, whereas we in Europe are gonna
probably going to Eurozone crisis 2.0.
Yes, and we're gonna go limp down to recovery all the way to 24 or 25, just like we did 10 years ago.
Yeah, but this time it's not Greece. It's gonna be either Spain or Italy. One of these. And so I guess now you get double chance.
Yeah. Because at the very least, you know, with Greece, at the end of the day, if you try really, really hard enough, you can just buy it off, like the whole economy.
Yeah.
But, you know, Spain and Italy are just too big to fail, essentially. They are Eurozones too big to fail. Because, you know, you can allow bankruptcy, full bankruptcy to happen in, you know, Slovakia or Estonia or other smaller Eurozone countries, or Slovenia for that matter. But, you know, allowing a full bankruptcy in Spain or Italy, or both, that's kind of the end of the Die Neue Deutschmark, otherwise known as the euro. Yeah. Maybe fractioning the euro wouldn't be such a bad idea. Otherwise known as the comeback of the peseta and the lira.
The comeback of the peso, yeah.
As Nigel Farage also said, you know, everyone was expecting when they founded the Eurozone and wanted the euro currency to happen, that maybe their own currency will be closer to the Deutschmark. What turned out is that everyone's currency is now closer to the Italian lira. Now, you know, at the end of this particular economic boogaloo, it's going to be closer to the Greek drachma. rather than
oh, that's a terrible example.
Why? I mean, but it's true.
It's true, but yeah, for people who don't know economic history, comparing yourself with the Greek drachma, that's a pretty shitty situation.
Well, I can be meaner. I can compare it to the Turkish lira circa 2000 AD. You know, when a pack of chewing gum was 600,000 liras.
Oh boy.
I'm just saying, you know, Mr. Erdogan is going in that direction once again, because again, Turkey is also one of those places that just can't into economics, and at some point they managed to fuck it up badly.
Yeah, but on the topic of fractioning the euro, this will not happen even if well, in the unlikely scenario that Spain or Italy goes under, or Spain and Italy go under. It will be because still, let's remember that the weak euro is favorable to our economic powerhouse from the Europejski Sojusz, which is Germany.
Yeah, but you know, a weak euro, yes, but a fully discredited euro, is that also an advantage for Europejski Sojusz? I'm not sure.
We'll cross the bridge when we get there.
Because you know, at this point is what, $1.12 or $1.20 for a euro, something like that.
Something like that. Yeah.
Right, but how about 500 euros for a dollar?
Oh,
is that still advantageous for Europejski Sojusz? I don't think so. I think there are some limits.
Assuming that the European Central Bank will get that inflation rate that it's so longed for all these years, and
they might get all of it at once.
Well, wouldn't that be glorious?
Yeah, but it's unlikely to see 500% inflation in a single year in the Eurozone. But I wouldn't be upset if that were to happen. Just because I like to see these Westerners suffer. You know, I lived through 350, 400% inflation rate. It wasn't that bad. So you know, you get used to it, and then you crawl out of it, and you'll be fine. And you know,
it'll be fun to see. Not exactly the entire continent, but an entire side of a continent trying to wiggle out of this one. We're going to see some major economic honks which are going to provide the content for this sofa to talk about.
Oh, of course.
And how imbecile they are.
Oh no, we can do a legit Euro trip then. You know, we'd just exchange, you know, a bill of 50 lei for 1,000 euros. You know, that wouldn't be such a terrible situation, and you know, just or maybe you know, just pay them 10 bani for for a week at the hotel. Why not? Why not? Now we're joking, but it's not exactly outside of the realm of possibility, especially if the euro gets fractioned. Especially if it gets fractioned.
Yeah, if it gets fractioned, well, yeah. If it happens by 2024, we could actually. If you found us for a movie, we're gonna make Eurochip 2024.
Yeah, because again, it's the second time in less than 15 years when this happens to Spain, and there's not enough wiggle room to roll over ad infinitum. At some point, there is a limit. Sure, the limit can be pretty flexible, and there's a lot of wiggle room to kick the can down the road for a lot of time. But not ad infinitum.
But not forever, yeah.
And especially not if you're not Japan, essentially, right? I mean, in Japan, at the very least, most of their debt is internally owned, and that's why they can maintain stability even at 200% debt to GDP ratio, debt to the GDP ratio. But slip of a tongue, death to GDP, because that's how I regard debt. I feel like I'm dying when I'm in debt, so that's why I'm not in debt, and I stay away from debt. Although, admittedly, if these honks continue, then it's going to be more profitable to be in debt than to be financially responsible. In which case, of course, I'm going to follow the trends, because why not? When it's literally cheaper to borrow than to store, then yeah.
Well, it's already cheaper to borrow, because we've had some countries for at least 2 years, if not 3. There are negative yield treasury bonds. Well, it isn't exactly. You're gonna get more. You're gonna have to. You're getting more money than you're actually paying for those treasury bonds, but still, there's not a good indicator.
Especially if the euro becomes kind of like the Greek drachma. Anyway, we mentioned earlier Czechia in the context of COVID-19 novinky. Czechia, Blatný changes strategy. No more restrictions, now it's up to each of us. Instead of other general restrictions, Minister of Health Jan Blatný from the ruling party ANO now proposes a conscious approach of the people as a recipe for the fight against the COVID-19. According to him, blanket measures cannot work if citizens do not comply with them. He announced this at a press conference on Wednesday. Area-targeted measures do not work if they are not complied with at an individual level. We think that the solution is a conscious approach of each of us instead of some other general restrictions, said Minister Blatný on Wednesday. In recent days, there have been a number of negotiations on how to adjust the measures to make them more effective. We can set as many strong measures as we want, but when they are not complied with, it is the task of all of us to find a way to return to compliance. There is no way to return to compliance, but he can't say that because that would mean he's out of the job. For example, there is often talk about opening shops or schools under strict epidemiological conditions. Part of the opposition also advocates the opening of some services such as hairdressing. He also suggests testing in factories. He also wants to motivate people to go to quarantine better. That's just never gonna happen. We're negotiating with expert groups, the opposition and the Chamber of Deputies on how to achieve stabilization of the situation without further restrictive measures. The only way is to rely on the fact that people who can make their own decisions make the right decisions, said the head of the health department. At the same time, however, Blatný reiterated that the situation is not good. Hospitals still face a high number of hospitalizations and a shortage of staff, nor can care be provided to anyone who needs it. That's never possible, by the way, never. Gradually, the British mutation also is prevailing, which is more contagious. In the most affected regions, it occurs in about 80% of the positive samples. Nationwide, the expert recorded in about 40% of the samples, the minister said. According to Blatný, it may happen that within 2 or 3 weeks, the situation in the whole country will be as serious as it is now in the districts of Cheb, Sokolov and Trutnov, which are now under lockdown. Other regions could also get into that situation as well. But friendly reminder, the parliament just told the government to go fuck itself with its state of emergency. That's one aspect. Second aspect, there have been some very vigorous and effective scientific debates on the streets of Prague. The scientific debates went along the situation of, you know what, no, we don't care about your muzzles. No, we don't care about your regulations. No, we don't care about your lockdown. We're going to open everything up. And they did. The ski resorts are open in Czechia. Yes, there is a lockdown. No one cares. Nobody cares. In the government-sponsored polls, opinion polls and whatnot, less than 30% of the population is even willing to consider staying at home in the case that they have specific symptoms of this particular cough. So again, 30% are willing to consider, even fewer than that would stay at home if they... So basically nobody cares. For all intents and purposes, the pandemic is over in Czechia because, as I kept on saying on Twitter over the last several months, the pandemic is over when we say it's over. And when the population said it's over, then it's over. Period. It doesn't matter. And Mr. Blatny just has to adjust his public speaking to reality, but he's still not adjusting it fast enough because he's still under the illusion that anyone still gives a damn about what he believes. No.
Yeah, and it's good that the population doesn't give a damn, because I was looking at some Czech vlogger from Prague, and considering the places that he went to, and the general consensus of the population, it is pretty catastrophic in Prague because it was a tourist-oriented city. The city is empty. For example, you get the Christian Bridge, which had absolutely no person on it except him and his tripod. And when going to either tourist center restaurants or even go to Czech people center restaurants, you get things like a beer for 59 Czech crowns.
Which is pretty much nothing.
Yeah, which is pretty much nothing, and generally the discounts from these restaurants ranges anywhere between 25% or 50%, just so you go to consume. They're in that deep of a shithole.
Yeah, too bad that the weather is still terrible, because I seriously considered a quick trip to Prague, but too bad the weather is still kind of terrible.
Yeah, it's still winter.
Yeah, and winter in that part of Europe is pretty weird. It's neither harsh as it is in the former Soviet Union, but it's also neither mild as it would be the case in southern Greece or Cyprus or places like that. It's somewhere in between. It's that kind of annoying weather that but still, what I'm saying is that the government lost. And it's not that they lost the narrative. No, they lost everything. Nobody cares anymore. Oh no, a few people are coughing. So
yeah, it's good to introduce our audience to the way Eastern Europeans and Central Europeans, in this case, do things. What says on the paper is completely different to what happens in reality.
Yep. And Czechia is the most extreme example of the intermarium region, but that's most of the intermarium functions like this here, right? It's very similar to what is happening in Romania. If you read our media, it says, "Oh my goodness," blah, 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 all sorts of disdainful crap. But then you go out in the streets and you're like, really? Because again, with the exception of the schools, although our schools are open, theirs are not yet open. But with the exception of schools and places where the government still has some sort of authority, although even they are gradually diminishing, thank goodness. But with the exception of these places, everywhere else, people just stopped giving a damn. Which is exactly that's how you get out of the crisis. You just refuse to observe the pandemic measures, which is what we have been saying since the beginning of the insanity. No, that's how you get out of it. You refuse. You say no.
You say no through your actions, and then you say no through lawfare.
Yes. You just refuse to observe any. I don't keep distance. I don't wear a face diaper. I don't stay at home, and never did, never will. When it will be the situation where I'll have to stay at home, then that means I'm either because I committed some serious crime and I'm under legal house arrest, or I'm so old or so ill that I'm incapable of going out. But unless one of these two situations occur, I'm never going to stay at home, period. I don't care if your granny is under increased danger. I don't give a shit. Your granny Melania should stay at home if she's so afraid. Well, guess what? Old people don't give a shit either. At least in Romania, old people were the most based and red-pilled on the pandemic question right from the get-go, and none of them gave a shit. Very few of them were mildly afraid a little bit for a very short period of time until they use their own heads. And
you got to tell for the English audience the story of that 90-year-old guy that you stumbled upon on the street.
I don't think I think I said it before. Yeah, on March the 28th, 29th, something like that. I had just recovered myself from the Wuhan flu, and at that time there were still a lot of uncertainties about how it evolves, whatever, but even at that moment I was already quite convinced that most of what is said by the so-called experts is probably bullshit. Now I know for sure that it's bullshit. Then I was only 98% sure. Anyway, but I was out for I don't know, I had something to do, and at that time it was illegal to go out. The regulation was that old people, that is to say people over 65, I think, or 70, I don't remember exactly, they were only allowed out from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. or something like that.
Yeah, to do their shopping.
To do their shopping, and that would be pretty much it. Otherwise, they were supposed to stay indoors. And it was like 4 p.m. or something like that. And I stumbled upon physically, I mean, he stumbled upon me, a very old man. And I got scared first because I didn't know what hit me, and then when I realized what hit me, I was no longer scared. But at least watch your step since you're already breaking the regulation. But I was half joking, of course. And the old guy started laughing and said, "Mate, I'm 92 years old. I've been through the polio epidemic. When I was a kid, typhoid was a thing, and he started listing all sorts of epidemics that he's been through. And there was another serious flu epidemic that the commies forget to tell you, the young people. and you know what? I was fine. Now what? Now there is a Chinese flu going on. Well, I'm 92. If I die, it's called being old. Tough. He's still alive, by the way. I met him 2 weeks ago. Said hi. He was just hanging around drinking a beer in the park. Didn't give a shit. He probably got the Wuhan flu and recovered like many other 90-year-olds. The boomers were the most based and red-pilled, at least in Romania, and I heard that the same thing is true in Ukraine. I have no idea how it is in Czechia, but I wouldn't be surprised to be a very similar situation, because again, especially our old people, even though many of our younger ones as well, but especially our old people have seen a lot worse than this particular fluffy cough. Again, the Hong Kong flu was worse, and no one cared. Nobody cared. Okay, those who were alive in what was it, 68, 69? That was when the Hong Kong flu pandemic hit.
I think 1968.
Yeah, 68. That was a period with mass protests. Like all over the world. And yeah, of course, a lot of people coughed, and that particular cough was killing young people at a shockingly high rate. It happens. Tough. As opposed to this one, which kills roughly 0 young people. In statistics, if you have too many decimals beyond a certain number, you have to downwards approximate to the nearest possible integer, which in this case would be 0. So I'm just saying. But yeah, that's how you finish the pandemic. You just stop giving a shit. You say no, you sue, you pressure your MPs like the Czechs did, which eventually ended up with the parliament telling the government to go fuck itself. But again, if you're reading the media, you will find a piece of news where the state of emergency was rejected in the parliament, but then one day later they'll say, oh, but it was still prolonged under an agreement with the chiefs of the regions and whatnot. So, I called a Czech friend and I said, the fuck is that? It's like, well, they're basically saying on TV that the measures are still in place, but when you ask any reasonable attorney or prosecutor or whatever, they say, yeah, okay, and if I say no, well, tough.
Yeah, so it's the same situation with with the so-called state of alert here in Romania. On the paper it exists, but in reality it's not only unconstitutional, but barely anybody gives a shit about it.
Yeah, but well, it's actually slightly better on their end, because in Czechia they don't even pretend. The police doesn't even pretend to enforce it. At least here they pretend to enforce it. They actually issue fines from time to time. Now, of course, if you go to court to contest them, you'll always win. But they still pretend to enforce it, which is something very specific to Romanians. Back in communism, there was even that say that we pretend to work, you pretend to pay us, and we all pretend that we live in a multilaterally socialist society, multilaterally developed socialist society, right? And at the end of the day, everyone, both the apparatchiks and the regular people, all using the black market and undermining the regime, and So yeah. As for the situation of but people who can make their own decisions make the right decision, you're not in the position to decide what the right decision is. All right, we've spoke about the China flu. Let's talk about the China and Europe in economics. British brainwash corporation, China overtakes the United States as EU's biggest trading partner. China is now the EU's biggest trading partner, overtaking the US over the last year. China bucked a wider trend as trade with most of Europe's major partners dipped due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Trade between China and the EU was now worth $709 billion last year, compared with $671 billion worth of imports and exports from the US. Although China's economy crattered in the first quarter due to the pandemic, its economic recovery later in the year fueled demand for EU goods. China was the only major global economy to see growth in 2020, stoking demand for European cars and luxury goods. Meanwhile, China's exports to Europe benefited from strong demand for medical equipment and electronics. In the year 2020, China was the main partner for the EU. This result was due to an increase of imports by 5.6% and exports by 2.2%, according to Eurostat. The figures were similar to China's official data published in January, which showed trade with the EU growing by 5.3% to $696.4 billion in 2020. The EU's trade deficit with China also grew from $199 billion to $219 billion, according to Eurostat. Although the US and the UK remain the EU's largest export markets, trade with both countries dropped significantly, the statistics showed. Trade with the US recorded a significant drop in both imports, minus 13.2%, and exports, minus 8.2%, the data agency said. Transatlantic trade has been hit by a series of tit-for-tat disputes that have resulted in tariffs on steel and products such as French cognac and American Harley-Davidson motorcycles. In 2020, the US had a trade volume of $671 billion with the EU, down from $746 the previous year. It's not yet clear if new US President Joe Biden will reevaluate the US approach to trade with Europe. The EU and China, however, are trying to deepen their economic ties, with both sides seeking to ratify an investment deal that would give European companies better access to the Chinese market. Analysts are tipping global trade to turn around in 21 after a lackluster 2020. The real value of global trade is set to rise by 7.6%. After an estimated contraction of 13.5% in 2020 to $16.4 trillion, according to research firm IHS Markit. What's happening lately with the big media? First Fox News, now BBC, rife with the not typos but outright mistakes. Get an editor, people. Anyway, yeah. So increase in trade with China. Quite unsurprising, considering how many
Sinophiles
are in the EU bureaucracy itself, not to mention in various levels of governments all over the countries unfortunate enough to be part of the Европейский Союз. As for the trade deficit, as I'm sure many of you know, it's not really an important figure. I have a huge trade deficit with the local supermarket, but that doesn't mean I'm at a loss. So I'm just saying, the trade deficit is not important, but the increase in volume of trade, yes, that is important. At a time when China should be not necessarily boycotted, but definitely the total amount of trade should be shrinked by as many means as possible, like divestment particularly, because it's one thing to buy toys from China, but it's a whole different thing to have huge European factories in China. Those should not be there. Move them to Vietnam. It's still commies, but just not those commies. Because the EU, for as long as it will exist, they will always like commies. But at the very least, there should not be Xi Jinping kind of commies. But I guess the Vietnamese commies are not loved in the EU because the party is commie, but the population is highly capitalistic in ways that most European populations are not anymore.
Yeah, but on the grander scale of the trend, if you reckon several months back there was the discussion, particularly in the US, of slowing down the globalization because of the huge disruption in the supply chains that happened in the first months of the COVID psychosis. And I'm pretty sure the Euro bureaucrats know this, and they're doing it willingly. And even this article says it as well, that that now they're providing what was it exactly? Investment deals that will give European companies better access to the Chinese market.
Which basically means mostly German companies, let's face it.
It's not like German companies didn't already have access, but it's gonna make it more favorable. But at the same time, this is not the way to advance out of the huge economic crisis that's already here. But people know it yet.
The thing is that I'm still very skeptical of the Chinese data on their economics. It's quite difficult not to believe, but the math just doesn't add up, right? At least they report an economic growth of 2 point something.
For
the year 2020, I don't think so. It's just too high. Now, I can definitely believe, considering that they never shut down their entire country, and for the most part, they kind of avoided a lot of, with the exception of the Hubei province, and a little bit the capital Beijing, but over most of the rest of the country has been spared of the CCP's experiments, because again, the CCP's experiments were not meant for China; they were meant for the idiots who follow them. That would be Italy, Spain, the United Kingdom, and most of Western Europe and whatnot. Because again, if you look, Eastern Europe has had roughly similar trajectory. A little bit of insanity at the beginning, but then hold on a second. Yeah, maybe not, right? But on the other hand, it's a little bit credible, because again, I think it is credible that China had in the end some economic growth. I just don't think it was 2 point something, as they say. I think it was lower than that. But it is credible because a very similar situation happened in the EU, in Romania. For the exact same reasons. We just didn't go into full insanity. Over the so-called second wave.
We didn't go in the second lockdown and in the third lockdown.
And the reason we didn't is because we flattened them at the polls, and we flattened them politically. We worked for it. It just didn't come out of the willingness of those who govern over us. No, it came right out of agitation and pressure and lawfare, and working for it.
Yes. Undermining the state, because the state does not have your best interests.
No, the state wants your good. You just have to make sure that it doesn't take it from you. Right. The thing is that if, but again, that would assume that at least some of the members of the Politburo over at the Europejski Soyuz at least want shekels for themselves, but it seems that some of them are just so ideologically corrupt that they don't even understand a basic corruption argument, in the sense that if you want shekels for yourself, the best thing you could do now over at the Europejski Soyuz would be to start pressuring national governments to flatten the sanitary fascism regime, because it's costing you the nomenclature. It's costing you shekels, and will continue to cost you shekels. And yeah, of course, they have this ginormous, what do they call it, the resiliency pact or something like that, where the EU will essentially borrow money by issuing bonds to give some billions and billions. I think it's almost €1 trillion or something like that.
The last time I heard it was around 700 billion
or
euros.
700 billion,
Yeah.
whatever. The thing is that will just not be enough.
No,
This is not going to be enough.
no, it won't be enough, particularly that we're talking about the Europejski Sojusz here. We're not talking about the US. US can do a lot of good with the $700 billion bailout fund, but the European Union, considering the interests and the machinations and the bureaucratic complexity, yeah, a lot of that is going to get lost.
Yeah, it's going to be lost in administrative fees, essentially. The thing is that, and also we have to keep in mind the EU is larger population-wise, and a slightly larger economy, and some of the member states of the Europejski Sojusz, some of the Soviet republics, are just in deep shit. We spoke earlier about Spain. There's also Italy. There's also France. France is also far from great in economic terms. And there are several other member states that admittedly are smaller, but still in terrible. So Portugal isn't in a particularly stellar state economically speaking. And all of those places, it costs a lot to bail them out. At first, when I heard 700 billion euros, I'm like, this is only for Italy and Spain, right? No, it's for all of the EU. Oh, okay, that's not gonna work.
Yeah, it's not gonna do anything.
If we're talking, 1.7 trillion, okay. Now we're talking.
We're getting there.
Now we're getting there. 2.7 trillion would be enough. But again, there isn't that money doesn't exist. There's no way for the EU to raise that much amount of money.
Yeah, there is a limit to how many money printers the European Central Bank have.
That's the thing, that they don't want to print it; they want to borrow it. Which is another aspect. I mean, on one hand, the European Central Bank complains that it doesn't have enough inflation to its taste, but they also don't go into money printer going brr, but they borrow more. Which I guess also creates some inflationary pressure, but a lot lower than the money printing would have gone. I don't know. What I'm saying is that most of this can be changed by individuals. It always sounds insane when you say it, but if you think at a larger scale, it's actually not insane at all. Every single day you vote multiple times with your wallet. Just don't buy stuff that is made in China. It's not difficult. And the idea that it's difficult, or even worse, impossible, is voter suppression propaganda. It really is. It's part of the CCP strategy to convince consumers all over the world, not just in Europe, that it's impossible. No, it's not.
No, it's not impossible. Even though, but the main economic advantage to buying Chinese is that they still make stuff the cheapest in quite a lot of examples.
Yeah, but oftentimes the differences are marginal. I'm serious. Oftentimes the differences are absolutely marginal, and not to mention the differences in quality, which are not marginal at all.
Yeah, but that's the entire economic argument, and when we talk about it at a macro scale, because that's exactly the force that would have to change the consumer consciousness. Hopefully, it will make a dent, but unlikely. Particularly because homegrown economy in the EU is getting suppressed really hard because of the huge cost of compliance, the immense bureaucracy that's in about everything. We have a common example of Miguel that had the intention of opening a microbrewery, and when he did some calculations and observed that he needs something to the tune of 50,000 euros in Romania, where that's an immense amount of money. mm, yeah, you're getting demoralized at that point because it's a huge endeavor to get that money in a sustainable way, because you're not going to lend all, you're not going to get all that money borrowed, because that's pure stupidity. Particularly that the still fiscality does not favor having liabilities and making them at least tax favorable, such as it is in the UK's example.
Yeah, although on the other hand, there is that common say that, you know, businesses are not done with your own money, are made with the bank's money. So, you know, that's one of the situations where I actually favor debt, you know, debt put in on the back of the company, not on the back of the individual, and, you know, share the risk with the bank. You know, at least, and again, we from Romania can speak from a relatively privileged position, because at least we do have our own homegrown banks with whom you can negotiate things like these. But, you know, there are other places like Spain or Slovakia, or
Slovenia.
Yeah, Slovenia, although Slovenia is too small to matter, but you know, 2 million people, almost all of them working in Austria anyway, so you know, but you know, I'm thinking, yes, Spain, in particular, Portugal, Slovakia, to a certain extent, Lithuania, to a certain extent, Denmark more recently, who either don't have a homegrown bank, not even one at least to be big enough and influential enough, or they do, but it's heavily corrupt, like is the case with Danske Bank, right? Who would prefer to launder money for the Russian mafia and for Putin's regime than to conduct a risky business with its own citizens. So there's that.
From their perspective, if we are talking about Denmark, the country with the biggest private debt in existence, so yeah, I wouldn't exactly I wouldn't exactly blame Danske Bank for not doing business with its own citizens.
You do have a point here. I was about to say that there is also the issue that at least some of these populations, Denmark being the Danish people being the prime example of that, they're not particularly known for their entrepreneurial spirit. I mean, you know, I complain routinely about the terrible or underdeveloped entrepreneurial spirit of the Romanian people, but then I remember that there is such thing as Scandinavians, and you know, suddenly I'm a little bit more relaxed, and I'm like, well, you know, yeah, some of our people suck, but you know, there could be worse. It could be worse.
Yeah, but shockingly enough, even though the Danish have close to zero entrepreneurial spirit, their tax code as a Scandinavian country is still more favorable than ours is. Yes,
because at the very least the Danish elite would try to incentivize some entrepreneurial spirit, and it still doesn't work because they're functioning on this mathematical model that, oh well, if we just incentivize it, you know, it's all about the laws, when in reality, you know, it's a lot of culture, a lot of history, it's a little bit more complicated. Yes, you can incentivize things through regulation, but it can only go so
far.
From a certain point onwards, you need some fundamental shifts in the culture and in the practices, and that's very difficult to achieve. It's kind of like you know, the Great Reset, right? You know, if you read the elucubrations issued in public by people like Bill Gates or Klaus Schwab or whatever, you look at them and they're like very confident and stuff, and they're like, do these people even travel? Do these people understand, you know, how the world works? And the answer is almost always no. You know, at some point, Angela Merkel went to the WEF and said, "Guys, are you insane? You know, this doesn't work. Are we really sure we really need this?" You know, Angela Merkel, for crying out loud, you know, like one of the top tier globalist ideologues, are like, guys, no, this just doesn't.
This is way too insane.
Anyway, if it's insane by Merkel standards, you can be pretty sure that it's extremist nonsense. So yeah, give more shekels to China, because that's what the Европейский Союз does. And unless the consumers change their ways, which in turn would force or compel, maybe not force, but compel decision-making processes at the highest levels of big corporations to change the investment structure. Unless that happens, keep giving shekels to Xi Jinping. I mean, Xi Jinping needs the money. Xi Jinping says for sure, Xin Xin. So there's that. Okay, let's listen to some Hey Sokowi, the Polish version, and then we'll be back with Asia and Oceania.
Hej, tam gdzieś na czarnej wody siada na koń kozak młody. Czule żegna się z dziewczyną, jeszcze czule z Ukrainą. Hej, 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 sokoły, omijajcie góry, lasy, doły. Dzwoń, 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 dzwoneczku, mój stepowy skowroneczku. Hej, 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 sokoły, omijajcie góry, lasy, doły. Dzwoń, 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 dzwoneczku, mój stepowy, dzwoń, dzwoń, dzwoń. Wiele dziewczat jest na świecie, lecz najwięcej w Ukrainie. Tam me serce pozostało przy kochanej mej dziewczynie. Hej, 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 sokoły, omijajcie góry, lasy, doły. Dzwoń, 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 dzwoneczku, mój stepowy skowroneczku. Hej, 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 sokoły, omijajcie góry, lasy, doły. Dzwoń, 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 dzwoneczku, mój stepowy, dzwoń, dzwoń, dzwoń. Żal, żal za dziewczyną, za zieloną Ukrainą. Żal, żal, serce płacze, już się więcej nie zobaczę. Hej, 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 sokoły, omijajcie góry, lasy, doły. Dzwoń, 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 dzwoneczku, mój stepowy skowroneczku. Hej, 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 sokoły, omijajcie góry, lasy, doły. Dzwoń, dzwoń, dzwoneczku, mój stepowy, dzwoń, dzwoń, dzwoń. Wina, wina, wina dajcie, a jak umrę, pochowajcie na zielonej Ukrainie przy kochanej mej dziewczynie. Hej, 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 sokoły, omijajcie góry, lasy, doły. Dzwoń, 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 dzwoneczku, mój stepowy skowroneczku. Hej, 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 sokoły, omijajcie góry, lasy, doły. Dzwoń, 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 dzwoneczku, mój stepowy skowroneczku. Hej, 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 sokoły, omijajcie góry, lasy, doły. Dzwoń, 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 dzwoneczku, mój stepowy, dzwoń, dzwoń, dzwoń.
All right, we're back. We've listened to Hey Sokowi, Polish folklore song. Asia, Wall Street Journal. Iran to tightly restrict inspectors' access if US sanctions not lifted. Iran has warned it would tear up much of the international monitoring of its nuclear activities next week if the United States doesn't lift economic sanctions in a fresh bid to pressure the Biden administration to drop the sanctions. Iran had already indicated that it would restrict the access of United Nations Atomic Agency inspectors starting later this month if sweeping US sanctions imposed on the country since 2018 by the Trump administration weren't lifted. On Monday, its ambassador to the International Atomic Energy Agency confirmed on Twitter he had sent a letter to the agency setting out the restrictions. He said they would take effect on February the 23rd. A confidential report by the agency on Tuesday, seen by the Wall Street Journal, detailed measures that would severely limit the ability of the agency to oversee Iran's nuclear work. The monitoring of Iran's nuclear facilities was the last major component of the 2015 nuclear deal that Tehran had abided by. Iran started to breach key aspects of that agreement in July 2019 in a retaliation for the US withdrawal from the agreement and the imposition of sanctions on Tehran. Iran said publicly it would cease to apply the additional protocol next week, an arrangement that allowed the agency inspectors broad access to facilities other than declared nuclear sites. However, according to the report, Iran sent the agency a letter on Monday saying it would move to end daily access to its main nuclear sites. It threatened to remove modern technologies like electronic seals that ensure Iran is not accessing banned equipment and online monitoring of Iran's enrichment. Iran also said it would no longer permit the agency to monitor its uranium or its extraction or its fabrication of parts of centrifuges machines that can enrich uranium to weapons grade level. It also threatened to stop implementing the rule that obliges countries to give the agency advance warning of nuclear facilities and work they plan to do. The agency concluded that these steps would have a serious impact on the monitoring of the activities. Iran gave itself some wiggle room on how quickly it implements the restrictions, according to the report, saying in a letter it said the agency on Monday that it expected the agency to prepare for its restricted access in due time. So it's a bargaining tool rather than a serious piece of legislation. Okay, there was no immediate comment on the report. The threat to restrict the access is the latest step to expand its nuclear activities. In recent weeks, Iran has started enriching uranium to 20%, the highest purity in 7 years. It has started producing uranium metal, a key component of a nuclear weapon, and it has installed more advanced centrifuges in an underground nuclear site. President Joe Biden has said he wishes to return the US to the nuclear accord, but has said Iran must first move back into compliance with the agreement. US officials have been discussing ways they could encourage Iran not to proceed with any fresh breaches of the accord, according to people familiar with the talks. Yeah, you know, Islamic Republic is gonna Islamic Republic. Joe Biden will do nothing about it. You know, if this is going to be stopped, it's going to be stopped like most of the advances of the Islamic Republic have been stopped so far by Mossad means. Like, you know, 1 ton rolling machine guns, self-destructing rolling machine guns, like it happened to Mr. Farizadeh, which, by the way, in itself, that particular action in itself sent the Iran nuclear program 7 years backwards, or something like that. So.
That's what happens when you base all your research on one guy.
Well, that's another aspect, you know, it's very difficult and very expensive, and from a certain point onwards, downright unaffordable from Iran to even access competence. Right? So it's no surprise that, well, maybe it wasn't, of course, not all of it was based on one guy, but it's no surprise that there was 1 or maybe 2 people who are competent enough. You know, it's, you know, those kinds of specialists don't grow in the trees, right? So
yeah, and they're not even capable of, even if they had unlimited money to buy the know-how, just because Iran is the pariah, they wouldn't work with them out of principle.
Yes, I mean, you know, accessing the technology itself, even if you know how to do it, you know how to use the technology, accessing it is another problem, you know, obfuscating the origin of the demand, because that's how Iran does it, basically. They obfuscate the origin of the demand, either by having some shell Russian corporations, buying it, accessing it, doing the Islamic Republic's bidding, although lately Mr. Putin is no longer quite kosher in allowing that to happen, so that's kind of a problem if you're the Ayatollah, which is why I'm saying that this whole letter is more or less a bluff. More or less a bluff.
Strongly worded letter.
Strongly worded letter, right? You know, it has quite of roughly the same value as any other letter by the United Nations. That is to say, if it's written on decent paper, it can be used as toilet paper. But if not, then it's worth even less than its value as toilet paper. Look, if Iran wants to move further with this, they will anyway, regardless of what the opinion of the Joe Biden administration is. Definitely regardless of the opinion of the United Nations. And that's because, well, first of all, nobody cares what the United Nations thinks, unless you're a very cucked politician from, like, I don't know, Finland or something, or maybe France, although even France lately doesn't give a damn anymore. So I don't know, maybe if you're last time I heard someone seriously referencing the UN as a serious place for was the Finnish politician. That's why nothing personal against Finland, but yeah, so nobody cares about that. And the Biden administration, will have, and already shows of having, and will perceivably have for at least for the near future, a very similar position to what the Obama administration had over Tehran, which is mostly ignorance. And if politically useful or feasible, maybe they will even pretend to be supportive, but generally they just don't give a shit. Mm-hmm. And, that's kind of a problem if you're nearby Iran, and that doesn't include just Israel. It's quite of a problem for Lebanon, it's quite of a problem for Saudi Arabia, quite of a problem for Armenia. It's there are a lot of Georgia as well, Republic of Georgia.
Yeah, it's also a problem for the United Arab Emirates and Oman, particularly because the UAE has still contested territory with Iran in the Arabian Gulf. Yes, that makes the Iranians pretty mad. You call it the Arabian Gulf, you don't call it the Persian Gulf.
Well, there's that. I'll be perfectly fine to calling it the Persian Gulf once Persia will once again be run by a secular Persian government. For now, it's run by an Ayatollah, so I don't regard those people as Persians. So there's that. But so. It's mostly a strongly worded letter. I mean, Wall Street Journal presents it as a very serious thing that will have consequences. If Iran, the Ayatollahs, the regime in Tehran, if they wanted to scare the normies, they would have gone through with some spectacular test or something like that. That's how you scare the normies. This is not, at least the intention of the regime in Tehran is not to scare the normies, is to do some kabuki theater in diplomatic settings so they can impress their own hardliners at home, and maybe get some discussion going into the inside the Iran favoring circles. That would be the Democrat Party, right?
If you want to scare the normies, you pull on North Korea. You just send a missile somewhere. Pray it doesn't land on anybody, but at least you show that you got a missile.
Yes.
From this point of view, even if the North Koreans are absolutely poor at even making the nuclear argument, they still know how to play more of a theater than Iran does, which is miles and bounds richer and more capable of affording than North Korea is.
Yes, but the Ayatollahs do not have the Soviet school of propaganda. They don't. I mean, they really don't. The Kim dynasty, right? The Pyongyang regime does have this Soviet school of propaganda, and they have aptly integrated into their own state the notion of Potemkin villages, right? So creating smokes and mirrors to lift or to drum up their own beat, to beat up their own drum, right? They know how to do it. Tehran hasn't been quite capable of doing that. And of course, Tehran has to make some spectacular move pretty fast, because just as we were discussing in the first part, it's not just in Europe where people are figuring out that this whole little cough hysteria is mostly bullshit. Iranians are figuring it out too. And if you remember, exactly a year ago, in February 2020, there were mass protests in Tehran, and those are coming back. And there's a closing window of opportunity for the Ayatollah and for the mullahs who run that otherwise beautiful country. There's this closing window of opportunity for them to do something spectacular in order to avoid a comeback of those protests. And if they fail, and I hope they do, but they might not fail, but if they fail to do something spectacular soon, and by soon I mean the next 40, 50 days, basically, no more than 2 months. If they failed at that, then those protests are coming back, and with a vengeance, and twice as big, and they were already pretty big last time. This time around, if they come back twice as big, we might see the end of the Islamic Republic. So it's an all or nothing situation for the Ayatollah. So they kind of have to do something, at least to not to quell, because they can't quell it, but to shrink the size of the upcoming protests. Because if they're small enough, okay, they can't quell it, but they can ignore it. But if they grow pretty big, that could be a problem.
Well, yes, for for you, the audience wondering, we do have a vested interest in the Islamic Republic failing because we still had some business deals that were undone. The real Ayatollah Khomeini, the old guy, is no longer with us, has disrupted very lucrative business deals with Iran to the tunes of billions of dollars.
Yes,
at the 1970s money, which meant quite a lot of money.
Yeah, it's,
adjusted for inflation and the fact that US at that point was still on the gold standard.
yeah, it's probably more than 150 billions in today's money, US dollars. So yeah, and we not only have a national interest from a Romanian point of view in the Islamic Republic failing, but there is also a cultural interest because Iran, well, Persia is a beautiful place. It really is, and Persians, for the most part, except for the loud Islamist minority, they're very great people. They are, and I'm looking forward to going to Iran anyway, and. I've kept on postponing the moment because I just don't want to give shekels to the Islamic Republic. So, you know, and I'm wagering on my age that I might live long enough to see the Islamic Republic collapsing, the sooner the better, and to give money to a free Persian people rather than an autocratic Islamist regime, and not just autocratic Islamist, but autocratic heretical Islamist. So, when it's too much heresy for me to tolerate. But yeah,
I understand that for those who think in black and white terms, no, just because we consider the Shia to be heretics doesn't mean we support the Sunnis. But when your offshoot of Islam tolerates the trans men just because they did
subsidize them
and subsidize them at the same time, well, that's heresy.
That's absolutely haram.
That's heresy by any point of measurement that you want to choose.
Right. So yeah,
everybody disliked that.
Everybody disliked that. Right. So yeah, but the thing is that today the diplomacy of Iran. By the way, they confirm things on Twitter. Twitter is forbidden in Iran. Speaking of hypocrisy of autocratic regimes, but when all is said and done, now they're doing basically some kabuki theater, hoping that the revolutionary movement isn't coming back. The counter-revolutionary movement. Right. So and it might, and not to mention that they have their own fuck-ups with the Wuhan flu. So that means the counter-revolutionary movement can also recruit a lot of normies, not on ideological grounds, but on technocratic grounds, which would be quite terrible for the regime. But quite great from my point of view, so there's that. All right, British Brainwash Corporation. North Korea accused of hacking Pfizer for COVID-19 vaccine data. North Korea attempted to steal COVID-19 vaccine technology from US pharmaceutical company Pfizer, according to South Korean intelligence officials. It is currently unclear as to what, if any, data was stolen. South Korea's National Intelligence Agency privately briefed lawmakers about the alleged attack, report local news agency Yonhap. The BBC has asked Pfizer for a comment, but it has yet to respond. They'll never respond. North Korea has yet to report a single case of COVID-19. However, the country is due to receive 2 million doses of the AstraZeneca Oxford vaccine in the coming weeks. North Korea closed its borders in January last year, soon after the virus began to emerge in China. In November, Microsoft said at least 9 health organizations, including Pfizer, had been targeted by state-backed organizations in North Korea and Russia. It said the North Korea groups dubbed Zinc and Cerium and the Russian group nicknamed Fancy Bear were responsible. The Kremlin has denied targeting the other countries' vaccine research. Well, of course, the Kremlin got them legally from Oxford, so why would they bother hacking? While many of the break-in attempts failed, Microsoft warned at the time that some had been successful. Well, if they were running Microsoft servers, I'm sure most of them were successful. Since the start of the pandemic, states have been deploying their hackers as part of the coronavirus crisis. Some of this has been intelligence gathering, and some of it the theft of intellectual property to gain advantage. North Korea was always likely to be one of the most active in this field. It is a closed society, but one with advanced cyber units, which have been willing to target other countries not only for secrets, but even just for shekels. Last year in the United Kingdom, the National Cybersecurity Center threw a protective arm around vaccine research. This year, the focus has shifted more towards protecting the supply chain and the rollout of a vaccine. And there is no doubt that because of what is at stake, the pharmaceutical and health sectors are going to be on the cyber front lines for the foreseeable future. Right.
Microsoft servers.
Yeah, if they were running Microsoft servers, I'm sure a lot of the attempts were successful. I mean, Microsoft servers are so terrible in terms of security that even a North Korean script kiddie can hack it. So there's that. On a more serious note, I don't believe this for a second.
No, I don't believe this either, because speaking from a fundamental point of view, why would they want to look into the experimental gene therapy vaccine, which they have absolutely no way of even attempting to copy it?
Yeah. Because that's the thing. I mean, regardless of the discussion on whether the Pfizer vaccine is efficient or not, data from Israel seems to be backing up that it is quite efficient. Okay, fair enough. We still don't know the long-term effects, but at least in terms of flattening this curve, it appears to be somewhat efficient. Okay. But at the same time, the capabilities, the technological capabilities of the DPRK are still, yes, primitive. I would find it very difficult to believe that they could even attempt to replicate it, because stealing the schematics on how to make it, that's easy, but actually making it, that's a lot more complicated. There is a lot of patented technology that is required in the process, and the chances of getting it wrong are pretty high. I mean, yeah, Pfizer itself got it wrong several times, right? During the phase 1 and phase 2 trials, and they adjusted it as they go, and they're still adjusting it as they go, because, by the way, it's still experimental. The experiment ends in 2023. It's not a finished and safe product. Yeah, I know they're lying about that too. Well, actually, in fairness, it's not the fault of Pfizer. Pfizer is being honest about it. It's the media that lies about it, and the government. Anyway, but the thing is that it's very difficult. That's one aspect. Second aspect, they could just ask data from the Gamaleya Institute in Russia, and they would get it. More or less for free, or maybe extra 20,000 gulag workers in Russia, right? I mean, and that's a price that the Kim dynasty is willing to pay. So they could get, and again, there is definitely enough capabilities in DPRK to replicate the AstraZeneca vaccine, which is a very standard, simple vaccine with adenovirus, like all of the other vaccines over the last 120 years. So, they could take that one legally from Russia.
They don't even need to go that far, because they could easily get the Sinopharm vaccine, which is the better version of the Sinovac vaccine from China, and China's pretty close. You don't have to scratch yourself like this to get the information.
And they could get that one legally as well. DPRK, for better or worse, is an official ally of the CCP. So I'm pretty sure Xi Jinping will not say no to the idea of experimenting his own product on the North Korean population, just in case it goes wrong. Right?
Collateral is negligible.
Yeah, I mean, from the CCP's perspective, there is no reason to say no if Kim Jong-un calls in and says he wants, 20 million doses of Sinopharm, or the formula for Sinopharm, to make it for himself. There are ways for DPRK to access vaccine information legally, with very little or no chances of having or being told no. And if they really want to access the Pfizer information, same thing. They could ask Russia to give it to them, because yes, Russia has stolen technology, but then again, Russia has the capabilities to actually replicate the Pfizer vaccine, and it wouldn't be terribly expensive. I mean, okay, time to give things from the house, as we say in Romanian. If you want the formula for the Pfizer vaccine, you just go on the fucking dark web, and you need about $50,000. And there you go.
Or a Bitcoin.
One Bitcoin. One Bitcoin. Yeah, well, 1.5 because it's now trending downwards, whatever. But still, I mean, if you really want it, there's ways to get. Okay, that's not legal, but if you're North Korea, you don't give a shit anyway, right? Well, actually, technically speaking, that's legal too because you're not committing the theft. So it could be legal even in most of the developed world. But anyway, the thing is that there are ways to do it without having to expose yourself. Because again, yes, North Korea does commit cyber attacks quite routinely, sure. But on this particular aspect, it's not in their interest to do it. Because you glow in the dark heavily.
Too much.
Yeah, because there aren't that many North Korean IP addresses. So you kind of glow in the dark very heavily. And it's a situation where almost all of the cybersecurity experts are keeping their eyes on it. It's under very tight international scrutiny, so it's very hard to avoid detection, and it's a huge risk that you don't have to take. You don't have to take. Now, as for the North Korea not having any case of the cough, of course, that's wrong. Them and Turkmenistan, yeah, they're the only countries that say that they don't have a cough.
But at least you got to appreciate that. If you remember, there was that running joke in March with that the North Koreans were actually the very first to discover the vaccine.
Yeah, it's called the 747.
No, it's called a 9mm.
Oh, the 9mm, right? There you go.
So actually, the North Korean cases went from 10, 10, 20.
Right. The thing is that that's why I don't believe it. I mean, you have to keep in mind that the intelligence services, whether they're private or state, they have their own what do you call them, mercantilistic interests and political interests, it is in the best interest of the South Korean intelligence agency to float such a claim in public in very vague terms, because it's that time of the year when the budgets are decided. And as I'm sure you know, because last episode we did cover a lot of budgetary issues in South Korea, there's a lot of struggle for the new budget. So you have to glow a little bit, so people remember that they have to give you shekels if you are the South Korean intelligence agency. So you float some bullshit like this in public, and that's enough to scare the normies. Most politicians are normies. It's enough to scare the normies to throw more shekels at you, because you're protecting them from the very dangerous cyber attacks on technology that North Korea doesn't need anyway, because they can't use it, they can't replicate it. Let me know when North Korea buys huge batches of tech necessary to manufacture mRNA vaccines, and then I'll believe you that they've attempted to, or they have already stolen technology to create mRNA vaccines. Until that happens, and I'm pretty willing to bet that it will never happen, or at least not in the next decade, unless the regime falls, in which case, yeah, sure. But as long as this regime is there, at least for another decade, that's not going to happen. And again, there are options, very efficient options. Sputnik 5 is relatively efficient, as it turns out. It's nowhere near as bad as people thought it would be. I thought it would be pretty bad, but it turns out it's not. They can buy that one or lease it or whatever from Russia once again. So why would they go to these kinds of extreme lengths? For what purpose? Or again, if they want to offer their own gulag population for experimentation, they can do like Israel did. You call up Pfizer and say, look, we'll give you the data and whatever. Actually, we'll give you even more data than Israel gives you, because Israel is a democracy. We're not, so we just have to order the population. We can boss them around however we want for your benefit. So in exchange for the serum, will give you the...
that wouldn't be possible, because that would paint a huge target on Pfizer's back, because technically they're not allowed to do deals with North Korea.
Sure, but who forces Pfizer to be transparent about it? They go move all the assets through some shell corporation in China, and there you go, and it's gonna be called, I don't know, Sino mRNA or something like that.
That would also be a good idea, because if they were to open a shell corporation in China, the Chinese would definitely know who opened it, and they will have to share their know-how with the CCP.
Yeah, true. True.
Not exactly worth it. Yeah, screw those 20 million people.
Yeah, well, I don't know. Well, it can be done via Iran. Iran wouldn't share it. And Iran has the technology to make it anyway, and Iran is a deep ally of North Korea. Well, yeah, there you go. There are options. Well, that's what I'm saying. And those options cost less, and they provide less of a diplomatic trouble and financial trouble for the Pyongyang regime. This one with the cyber attacks to steal technology is quite a big igloo, and that's why I don't think it happened. Russia, sure, yeah, but Russia can afford to withstand the diplomatic storm that would come if discovered. And there is no doubt that Russia stole some vaccine technology, because they're now trying their own version of a mRNA vaccine in addition to Sputnik 5. And it appears that it is at least in part based on stolen technology. But then again, Russia can afford these kinds of shenanigans, because even if they get caught, okay, whatever, some company will boycott them, there will be some sanctions. Yeah, sure, there are a lot of losses to the tune of billions again, but Russia can afford to lose billions. North Korea, not so much.
North Korea doesn't lose billions, he loses points in the GDP.
So yeah, that's why I don't think it happened, and I think the South Korean intelligence services are basically
bluffing
a little bit to get more shekels at the current budgetary debate. Japan Times. As China authorizes use of force by Coast Guard, Japan considers response. On February the 1st, China's new Coast Guard law went into effect. It allows the Chinese Coast Guard to fire upon vessels around the Senkaku Islands in East China Sea, which are claimed by both China and Japan, or ships around a number of reefs and islands in the South China Sea, where Beijing has contested claims with the Philippines, Taiwan, and Vietnam, among others. The new law could escalate tensions in the region, and Japan is now debating how to respond. A 2020 U.S. Department of Defense report notes that over the past decade, China has more than doubled the number of large Coast Guard patrol ships, over 1,000 tons, from about 60 in 2010 to more than 130 as of last year. That makes the Chinese Coast Guard, dubbed by some as China's second navy, the largest in the world. The majority of these new ships are equipped with not only helicopter facilities and water cannons, but also 30mm and 76mm guns, which are often much bigger than the guns carried by Coast Guard fleets of other countries. Some of these Coast Guard ships can also operate far away from the mainland Chinese coast and for extended periods of time. For many years, the Chinese Coast Guard had been under control of China's State Oceanic Administration, a civilian body. That changed in 2018 when it was placed under the command of the Central Military Commission, China's top military policy-making body, which is led by President Xi Jinping. If a Chinese Coast Guard patrol encounters a foreign vessel in waters claimed by China, it is now authorized to fire upon that vessel. In addition, the Coast Guard can now forcibly remove buildings constructed by other countries on territories claimed by China. The law outlines a series of steps the Coast Guard can take against a foreign vessel. These include police actions such as the use of water cannons, handcuffs, and tear gas to force a vessel to stop and be boarded. The law allows the use of handheld weapons when the Chinese Coast Guard believes a foreign vessel entering its claimed jurisdiction carries criminal suspects, illegally contains weapons, ammunition, or vaguely defined materials related to state secrets, or when it refuses to comply with the initial order to stop. China's position is that the new law streamlines operations and that being able to use force is common practice among the coast guards of other nations, including Japan and South Korea. In 2001, Japan authorized its Coast Guard to use weapons including automatic cannons and machine guns against unidentified vessels in Japanese waters that are trying to escape. South Korea passed a law in 2016 authorizing the use of handguns and water cannons against foreign ships illegally operating in its waters. Like the Philippines and Vietnam, Japan has expressed grave concern over the new law, with the senior members of the government, including Foreign Minister Toshimitsu Motegi, saying it must not be applied in a way that violates international standards. In December, as China was debating a draft new law, Toshinari Matsuo, director of the Operational Law Office at the Maritime Self-Defense Forces Maritime Command and Staff College, wrote that the new law went beyond the norms established by the United Nations Convention of the Law of the Sea. The law says a coastal state may take the necessary steps against foreign vessels passing through its territorial waters if their passage is not innocent. In addition, while the CCP says its Coast Guard has a right to operate in areas under China's jurisdiction, the maritime law allows for limited functional jurisdiction outside territorial waters, but only where territorial sovereignty is internationally recognized, and not, as is the case with the Senkakus or the South China Sea, where territorial sovereignty is disputed. What could Japan do in terms of beefing up its own Coast Guard protection in the East China Sea area? The US, under new President Joe Biden, has reaffirmed the previous US policy that Senkakus are covered under Article 5 of the US-Japan Security Treaty. But in terms of Coast Guard protection, the Senkakus area is monitored by Coast Guard vessels and patrol aircraft from the Naha-based 11th Regional Coast Guard headquarters. Last year, Japan spotted Chinese government vessels inside the contiguous and territorial waters near the uninhabited Senkakus for a record 333 days. But the Naha-based guard station has a vast area of responsibility beyond the Senkakus that includes 160 islands, including 47 that are inhabited. There are 4 Coast Guard facilities on Okinawa Prefecture's main island, as well as Coast Guard stations on the islands of Miyakojima and Ishigaki. Current law states that if the Coast Guard encounters a number of foreign ships with weaponry they are not permitted to deal with, the defense minister could take police action by issuing a maritime safety operation declaration that triggers the dispatch of the MSDF to the area. In addition, if armed foreign nationals illegally land on Japanese territory, such as a small island, the Japanese police and the Coast Guard are supposed to deal with it. If they cannot, the defense minister can declare a police operation, and in that case the dispatch of ground self-defense force to deal with intruders. The problem, however, is the time lag between the initial response by the Coast Guard patrols or prefectural police to a rapidly evolving security situation and a central government authorization, followed by the dispatch of and arrival at the scene of the self-defense forces. A cabinet decision is first needed for declarations to send in either the MSDF or the GSDF. To speed things up, the government introduced a system allowing that decision to be made by telephone in 2015. That sounds like so arcane Japanese thing. But with the passage of China's Coast Guard law, these are questions. There are questions about whether there would be enough time under current laws to respond to an armed attack. In the past, there was some debate about changing the law to allow SDF to respond under specifically defined conditions at the same time as the Japan Coast Guard or the police. Some members of the Liberal Democratic Party have recently suggested that the new Chinese Coast Guard law, now in effect, that would be a good idea. But there is reportedly opposition within the Transport Ministry, which is in charge of the Coast Guard, as well as the National Police Agency. The move would also be politically controversial, creating tensions between the immediate need to respond to a threat and the fear that sending in the armed forces could escalate the situation even further. On January the 29th, Defense Minister Nobuo Kishi said that there were a variety of opinions within the LDP about how best to respond, but he also conveyed Japan's strong concern over the law on Tuesday, also saying it violated international norms. Now, quite frankly, again, the article is even longer than I quoted. Much ado about nothing, really. I mean, I have to agree with the CCP on this one, in the sense that they're basically codifying how they've been doing things over the last 11 years already. They've started behaving like this since 2009 or 2010, something like that. So it's at least 11 years since they've been doing things this way. Now they wrote it on paper, and now it's an alert in Japan. Where have you been in the last 11 years?
It's not so much to do about this law, but about the constant push that's been by Japan to at least to try to relax the restriction that was in the US-Japan treaty signed by MacArthur when Japan surrendered in 1945, because there's been a more pressing concern and it began with that aforementioned of Korean missile test that flew Japan.
Yeah, you're talking about the general restriction on the militarization of Japan.
Yeah.
But hasn't that been dealt with like in 2015, when basically Japan was allowed to modify its constitution, and now they do project power even outside of their own little jurisdiction? And they opened missile deals with the US and with Israel and with Germany, and so I think that's
not to that extent, because the main issue, even as this article outlines, is that it's still at large a civilian force.
Right.
it's not a military per se force, and that's why you get all the bickering. For example, the Japanese Transport Ministry complaining about the streamlining of potential response. And to some extent, yeah, they do have valid concern that it may heat up the situation. But even then, China has been allowed to do way too much in that area. And I have a dream that the Chinese will hear Torah, Torah, Torah.
The thing that concerns me more is that someone will have to be some sort of a security broker in the region, a more permanent one. Yeah, sure, the United States can project a lot of power there, good, but you still need someone that is an active presence, that is always there, rather than episodically there. And it would be preferable to be Japan.
Yeah, the one that makes the most geographical sense is Japan.
And also most economical sense, because Vietnam cannot sustain that level of involvement, not yet anyway. Maybe they will be able, but maybe 10 years from now, maybe 15 years from now, but now it's just not an option. The Philippines even less so, and Taiwan already has a lot of problems to deal with for itself, and they're handling them pretty well, but additional responsibilities on Taiwan are just not a...
Yeah, Australia began reinvesting, as we mentioned in the previous SOFA reports, but still, they just figured out this financial aspect until it gets to... Until it gets to real militarization, yeah, that takes years, not because they don't want to, is that because these things take time.
Yeah, logistics is a bitch. But again, Japan has the logistics already, has the economics in place already, has most of the hardware already, just have to move it from one port of the archipelago closer to where the interest lies. If the only problem is some synchronization in the legislation, I would say just modify the legislation. I mean, bureaucracy staying, but then again, Japan has a tradition of being a bureaucratic state.
Rigid bureaucracy
and rigid adherence to the chain of command, which sometimes can be a good thing, but sometimes can be a bitch. In these situations.
And things get more complicated because the Okinawa prefecture is responsible for those areas, and even this article says that they got their hands kind of full. So then that will mean involvement from Tokyo into the prefecture.
Which is a problem for the federal statutes of the the empire, because technically speaking, Japan is still an empire on paper. They haven't called it a republic yet, but it is it's a federal republic for all intents and purposes, just like Italy is a federal republic de facto. But involvement from Tokyo would be a problem. At the same time, they do have this. There is the option in the Japanese legislation to have the sort of a redistribution scheme of funds from the central government to the prefecture. So just increasing the allocation of funds to the Okinawa prefecture could solve most of the problems. Because what they need is basically more hardware. Because yes, indeed, as a surface, the Okinawa prefecture is huge. And there's a lot of water to cover, and focusing specifically on the portion of the archipelago that is in the South China Sea and is now at this moment somewhat hot because of this new policy by the CCP. That would mean leaving the rest of it open, and people forget that there are also a lot of other malevolent interests there that are not state Chinese or Chinese to begin with. There's a lot of piracy there. There's a lot of Russian criminals. There's there's a lot of fucked up shit in those waters. That's what I'm trying to say. But still, these kinds of concerns, those I do understand. But the whole hula baloo about the new policy from the CCP, it sounds to me a little bit exaggerated, because again, that's how the CCP has been acting for over at least 10-11 years now. So it's not like they're coming with something new. And again, on paper, they've changed it from a civilian management to a military management 3 years ago, in the spring of 2018, right? So almost 3 years ago. Again, where is the new?
There's also the fear that since they put this on paper, which was unofficial for already 10 years, is that the law could escalate into using bigger and bigger hardware in order to combat enemy's deeds by whoever considers CCP to be the enemy in that moment.
Yeah, and
that will spiral out into a shitstorm in that area.
Right. And considering that they also have this provision that can uproot buildings in territories that we're claiming. Yeah, that's a bit iffy. Considering that those particular islands are not recognized as sovereign territory of the People's Republic of China, right? Yeah, that's gonna be interesting. The thing is that Japan is also in a very. Did they get a new prime minister? I forgot to check because
they did.
They're basically expecting elections soon. So there's a lot of turbulence at the court, at the palace, the imperial palace, and the opposition is getting stronger, and I have no idea why, because the management lately from the Shinzo Abe's party has been pretty decent, surprisingly decent actually.
Yeah, well, there's a combination of why the opposition is getting traction. One was the management of the COVID pandemic, which
was not bad. I mean, they haven't gone into full sanitary fascism like a lot of the places in the world, like their neighbors in Australia. Okay, very few people died. Yeah, a lot of people coughed like everywhere else, but very few people died. So what is the problem? Very few business shutdowns and very short.
Well, actually, quite a few businesses shut down, because I've also observed some vlogger that went recently in Kyoto, and the place that was generally full of tourists, both from Japan and outside of Japan, now it's pretty much empty. And a lot of small businesses went under because of that. But it's not just the COVID and the fact that tourism fell down the roof. But there was also that increase in the consumption tax. That was a bigger issue than COVID.
Of course, yes. I forgot about that. Yes.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Although again, the opposition can push more onto flattening the very few restrictions that are still in place in Japan. Very few of them anyway. But okay, they can do that. But I don't think they can lower the consumption tax anytime soon, because, well, again, huge debt to GDP ratio, a lot of helicopter money needed right now. Someone's gonna pay for that.
And there's also that the economic downturn, which was to be expected, because the entire planet for a few weeks stopped consuming, and that affected everybody, including Japan.
Yes, although again they were much less affected than all the rest of the developed economies, really.
Yeah, still, but considering that the economy of Japan stagnated ever since
1990,
ever since it fell to shit in 1990.
Yes.
Going from stagnation to a downturn, even though it's not their fault, well, the Japanese population
it feels terrible.
Yes. Yeah, it feels terrible since we know the Stakhanovism of the Japanese people.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to leave a link in the low bar with the definition of Stakhanovism, because it's that's a terribly Eastern European term. It comes from a very conscious laborer in the Soviet Union named Stakhanov, and it's basically workaholism to parochial levels. That's basically what Stakhanovism would mean, and with deep faith in the system and in the regime, right? And in Japan, in the sense that a lot of Japanese workers have more faith in the regime and the system than those who rule the system themselves. Right. Okay, speaking of the virus, this article, I loved it for multiple reasons. First of all, because finally we see in public some virtue. The virtue of saying, mate, we don't know. Right? Associated Press. India's dramatic fall in virus cases leaves experts stumped. When the coronavirus took hold in India, there were fears it would sink the fragile health system of the world's second most populous country. Infections climbed dramatically for months, and at one point India looked like it might overtake the United States as the country with the highest case toll. Well, they probably did. But infections began to plummet in September, and now the country is reporting about 11,000 new cases a day compared to a peak of nearly 100,000, leaving experts perplexed. They have suggested many possible explanations for the sudden drop, seen in almost every region, including that some areas of the country may have reached herd immunity, or that Indians may have some pre-existing protection from the virus. Both are true, by the way. The Indian government has also partly attributed the dip in cases to mask wearing, which is mandatory in public in India, and violations draw hefty fines in some cities. But experts have noted the situation is more complicated since the decline is uniform, even though mask compliance is flagging in some areas. It's more than just an intriguing puzzle. Determining what's behind the drop in infections could help the authorities control the virus in the country, which has reported nearly 11 million cases and over 150,000 deaths. That's nothing, by the way. Some 2.4 million people have died worldwide, which is again nothing. If we don't know the reason, you could unknowingly be doing things that could lead to a flare-up, said Dr. Shahid Jamil, who studied viruses at India's Ashoka University. India, like other countries, misses many infections, and there are questions about how it's counting the virus deaths. But the strain on the country's hospital has also declined in recent weeks. A further indication of the virus's spread is slowing. When recorded cases crossed 9 million in November, official figures showed nearly 90% of all critical care beds with ventilators in New Delhi were full. On Thursday, 16% of those beds were still occupied. That success can't be attributed to vaccinations, since India only began administering the dose in January. But as more people get the vaccine, the outlook should look even better, though experts are also concerned about variants identified in many countries that appear to be more contagious and render some treatments and vaccines less effective. Among the possible explanations for the fall in some large areas is that they have reached herd immunity, says Vineta Bol, who studies immune systems in India's National Institute of Immunology. But experts have cautioned that even if herd immunity in some places is partially responsible, the population as a whole remains vulnerable and must continue to take precautions. No, they don't. This is especially true because new research suggests that people who got sick with one form of the virus may be able to get infected again with a new version. Yeah, like 20 cases documented worldwide in a year. Sorry, no. Ball, for instance, pointed to a recent survey in Manaus, Brazil, that estimated that over 75% of people there had antibodies for the virus in October before cases surged again in January. I'm going to have to talk about the Manaus case separately. I don't think anyone has the final answer, she said. Thank you. And in India, the data is not as dramatic. A nationwide screening for antibodies by Indian health agencies estimated that about 270 million, or 1 in 5 Indians, had been infected by the virus before vaccination started. That's far below the rate of 70% or higher that experts say might be the threshold for the coronavirus, though even that is not certain. But the survey offered other insight into why India's infections might be falling. It showed that more people had been infected in India's cities than its villages, and that the virus was moving more slowly through the rural hinterland. Rural areas have a lesser crowd density, people work in open spaces more, and homes are much more ventilated, says Dr. K. Srinath Reddy, president of the Public Health Foundation of India. If some urban areas are moving closer to herd immunity, wherever that threshold lies, and are also limiting transmission through masks and physical distancing, and thus are seeing falling cases, then maybe the low speed at which the virus is passing through rural India can help explain the sinking numbers, he suggested. Another possibility is that many Indians are exposed to a variety of diseases throughout their lives. Cholera, typhoid, and tuberculosis, for instance, are prevalent, and this exposure can prime the body to mount a stronger initial immune response to a new virus. If the COVID virus can be controlled in the nose and throat before it reaches the lungs, it doesn't become as serious. Innate immunity works at this level by trying to reduce the viral infection and stop it from getting to the lungs, says Jamil of Ashoka University. He has a point. Despite the good news, in India, the rise of new variants has added another challenge to efforts here and around the globe to bring the pandemic under control. Scientists have identified several variants in India, including some that have been blamed for causing new infections in people who already had an earlier version of the virus. but they are still studying the public health implications. There are none, by the way. Experts are considering if variants may be a driving surge in cases in the southern state of Kerala, which had previously been hailed as a blueprint for tackling the virus. Kerala now accounts for nearly half of India's current COVID-19 cases. Government-funded research has suggested that a more contagious version of the virus could be at play, and efforts to sequence its genome are ongoing. Or it couldn't possibly be that virus gonna virus, is it? No, it has to be a more contagious variant. Or it couldn't possibly be that, if a place has been sheltered of not getting this particular cough, well, at some point it will. No, it couldn't be that. No. It has to be some complex explanation that you plebs can't understand. Right. With the reasons behind India's success unclear, experts are concerned that people will let down their guard. No, they have already. That's the problem. The experts are, again, disconnected from the larger society. Large parts of India have already returned to normal life. In many cities, markets are heaving, roads are crowded, and restaurants nearly full. With the reducing numbers, I feel that the worst of COVID-19 is over, says Mr. Ravi Kumar, an architect who was hospitalized last year and recovered, and we can all breathe a sigh of relief. Maybe not yet, said Jishu Das, a health economist at Georgetown University, who advises the West Bengal state on handling the pandemic. Well, maybe Mr. Jishu Das should go fuck himself. We don't know if this will come back after 3 to 4 months, he warned. Well, that's fair. That's fair. But the thing, so first of all, some virtue, finally. Remember in April when you all cursed at me when I said 100% of what the epidemiologists and the experts and the media and the authorities are saying is wrong. That's what I said in April on this channel, and in March I said it even earlier on the Romanian language channel. I said, all of it is wrong. You're all wrong. And I'm like, oh, but you're not a doctor, how do you know? Well, whenever there's a new disease, roughly 100% of what the experts are saying is wrong. Why? Because they're talking out of their ass. That's why. Until some data emerges, and then you can start not talking out of your ass. Last month, I think, or 2 months ago, we were evaluating internally. A few of us wrote a document internally only for our members about COVID-19 on March the 17th. And we made some speculations there on things of what to do if you get it and whatever, and basically warning everyone that all of you will be getting, since then almost everyone in the network has caught this particular fluffy cough.
Well, I didn't.
Well, you don't know. You don't know.
I don't know.
Yeah.
But tracking based on the symptoms that have been reported, I take into consideration that they must have never got it. And speaking of what this article says, when it said that the Indians are subject to typhoid fever, cholera, then tuberculosis, I remember, wait a second, I did have one of those diseases a few years ago. That could have something to do with it.
Yes. I was speculating in that document that it's almost certainly wrong, and now it's beyond reasonable doubt that it was wrong, but at the time it was still speculation, was my personal speculation. It's wrong to assume that there is zero pre-existent immunity. And I was saying then that it's wrong because, I was looking to the first sequences identified of the virus, because, that's why I discouraged everyone to come with, but maybe the virus doesn't exist. Of course it exists. I've seen the sequenciation of it in February, so it definitely exists, and from people whom I would trust with my life. So there's that. But I was saying it's wrong to assume that there is zero pre-existent immunity, because at the end of the day, this is a cough. Okay, it's a cold. Most of the common cold viruses are coronaviruses. So the idea that there is zero pre-existent immunity is just stupid. It doesn't make any sense. There is not a single introduction to epidemiology or immunology that can sustain such an expert opinion. So, the experts were full of shit. That's why I'm loving this article, because finally they're coming in with more humility and say, well, maybe we don't know. Yeah, you don't.
But at least the health experts from India are more pressured to be sincere rather than have this concerted effort that we've seen in the West of talking completely out of your ass, pulling out overly exaggerated models based on fraudulent data.
Yeah, but then again, it's a single country with 1.3-ish million people.
Billion
You can't
people.
keep them in lockdown. Billion, sorry. Right, you can't keep them in lockdown. And if 100 million come out in the streets, you as an epidemiologist, you're toast physically. Okay, so there is that. The scientific debates in India can get pretty harsh. So there's that. And of course, in India, in most regions, the pandemic is over because the people decided to. They say there, most towns return to normal life. Everything is full once again because the people say, fuck this shit. And they're right, of course, because again, this is a cough. Yeah, sure, it's a more serious cough, and yes, the elderly and frail might die, although again, they don't die, they die at higher rates, but still, I mean, the case fatality rate among 80-year-olds is like 15%. That's a lot, sure, but it's 15, not 50, not 90. So, the idea that you're killing grandma, well, 2 out of 3 cases, I don't. Well, actually, more than 3 out of 4, more like 4 out of 5, I don't. So there's that.
Yeah, and to speak of the total number of deaths, sort of they reported in India, 155,000 deaths. Well, let me tell you something. Every year in India, due to traffic collisions, 100,000 people die.
Just 100,000 people?
Just 100,000 people.
That's shockingly low.
Indians
might be some great example of traffic discipline. There are a lot more deaths from traffic collisions in Europe, more than 100,000. So that's what I'm saying. It's shockingly low. But then again, 150,000. How many people die of typhoid in India? I'm curious. Every year, I'm sure it's roughly 150k.
Somewhere around there, yeah.
Right. Probably cholera is no longer that lethal by this time around.
Because India advanced a lot in terms of infrastructure, and there are no longer.
Yes. And
the jokes with the streets where you shit and the designated shitting streets.
That's no longer actual.
It hasn't been actual for at least 3 years.
Yeah, it's no longer. It's still recent. That's why the joke still withstands, but it's no longer actual. That's true. But again, okay, cholera. If you catch cholera in a relatively semi-advanced country, even a second world, middle income country, is very rarely lethal, and I speak from experience here. And because I go into places. I'm looking forward to go again. Probably next month you'll be seeing a report from a second world country from me. So yeah, give shekels for that. Anyway. Point is that they do have a lot of, tuberculosis is still a thing in India, and not just in India. There are many countries in Europe where it's still a thing, quite endemic.
Yeah, because it's an old disease and it's a complicated disease to treat.
Yes, and there is an efficient vaccine for it, but it's very difficult to distribute it, and especially to a huge population like India. Nowadays, they started again the study from a supposition that was circulating in April, but nobody wanted to study it, and now finally it's under study, and a serious study, on the connection between the BCG vaccine, which is a vaccine against tuberculosis, and COVID-19. As it turns out, the correlation still stands 1 year down the line. The countries that have endemic vaccination programs against tuberculosis, such as Romania.
Yeah, we've had it since the 50s. The Hungarians had it as well from the 50s, and most of Eastern Europe had it since the 50s.
Yeah, and Romania and Bulgaria.
Look here, here's the vaccine.
I don't have the sign for it, but I have the certificate to prove that I had it. Apparently, I got a better batch of vaccines, which didn't leave a mark. But what I'm saying is that because it was a fault with the batch, the efficiency of it was identical, but some adjuvant in it was leaving the mark on some people. But after a while, it disappeared. Anyway, the countries that have had it for a long time seem to be less affected, no matter what they do. For instance, if you compare, let's compare Poland and Bulgaria. Poland was much closer to Western Europe's approach. Bulgaria was much closer to Belarus approach, right? And for some reason, in terms of death rate, they're much better, and in terms of circulation, they're identical with Poland. Same with Belarus, right? The death rate is much lower than Germany, for instance. But, well, actually, no, it's the same as Germany, but much lower than France and much lower than Spain, much lower than Italy. But the circulation identical. And in Italy, it was first observed that the immigrants, either from North Africa or Eastern Europe, were very unlikely to die of this cough, and the Italians of the exact same age and sex and health profile were much more likely to die of this cough. The only difference appeared to be, because okay, with North Africa you can say maybe there is a racial difference, but then with Eastern Europeans there was no racial difference, no, not a significant one, but still it turns out that the BCG vaccine might help. So maybe there is pre-existent immunity.
That's just the argument that we're not vaccine negationists. We poke fun and we poke the holes of the mRNA vaccines, which they're not actually vaccines, they're more like gene therapy.
Which could be very useful.
Yeah, it could be. It could be very useful. 10
years from now, it could be it could mean a new revolution in vaccine technology. You could vaccinate against cancer. Maybe. Yes, I don't know.
Yes.
It would be great if that would be the case.
Yes, from a scientific point of view, there is absolutely no problem. Though what we have a problem with is are the heaps of lies that were that sold this virus for the population.
Yeah, and I don't think in the case of a cold, in the end, a cough, I don't think we need the mRNA technology. I think an adenovirus kind of technology like the AstraZeneca, it could be good enough. And also even with that one, right, but there is a lot of paid shilling, mostly by Pfizer, to say that the AstraZeneca vaccine is pretty terrible and whatnot, and it's just not good enough. And really, it turns out that wherever it has been widely used, you can see it on the curve, in fact, much faster than the Pfizer one. Now, admittedly, the Pfizer one creates a much deeper flattening, at least if we are to trust Israel's numbers, and I will trust the Israel's numbers, at least for now. They seem to be going fine. They do prevent death. They don't seem to prevent infections that much, but they do prevent death, which is good enough, because at the end of the day, at least not the democratic governments, they cannot argue for the maintaining of the restrictions if the ICU beds are empty, right? And very few people are dying. It's just very hard to justify them because, well, if you can try, but there is such thing called elections, and that can be a problem. Because, when the hospitals are full, you can fool enough people to believe in the nonsense, even though, again, I would argue that even when the hospitals are full, none of these restrictions are necessary. That's my argument.
Yeah, particularly when they're full during the cold season.
Yes,
which is a consistent trend in every country that experiences winter. Even Israel experiences winter.
Yeah, and when there is a cold winter in Israel, the hospitals are full, because not all winters are cold in Israel. Because sometimes winters are pretty mild, like this year. This year was pretty mild, but 3 years ago it snowed in Jerusalem and the hospitals were full. Or you can look at The Guardian in November, every year in November, over the last 10 years, their website is there. You have at least one panic card title of NHS running out of beds and full and crowded hospitals and that's in a normal society, hospitals are crowded during winter time. That's why I was shocked when I went into a COVID hospital this week, on Monday, I think, or Tuesday, whatever. I went to a COVID hospital to talk to a particular doctor to give me some information, inside info. And the hospital was empty. And I'm like, has there ever happened in February,
you would hear the echo in the corridor.
Yeah, in February, and there were like minus 15 degrees Celsius outside. It was deeply cold February. Has it ever happened for February to be that empty? And it's like, no. But then again, admittedly nowadays we don't have restrictions on hospitals, but a lot of people are afraid to go to the hospital because of the media propaganda around this cough, which ironically actually increases the death rate of this cough, because people who actually need hospitalization because of this cough, they don't go because, well, they've been scared into being stupid. And as for Manaus, Brazil, this case from Manaus is given all over the media. If you look Manaus, Brazil in every single language, whether it's Romanian, German, English, Portuguese, well, of course Portuguese, but no, look in Spanish, look in Italian, almost every single language group has at least one, if not multiple, mainstream sources mentioning the case of Manaus, Brazil. And they all, including the Associated Press in this article, they all mention it in the context of, oh, look, they had no restrictions and they let the virus rip through the population. They've got 3/4 of the population got it, and that was still not enough to achieve herd immunity because here you go, cases surged again. There's one problem, actually two. Well, first of all, that's a lie. And second of all, it masks the much more serious situation that happened in Manaus, namely that the local authorities were so unbelievably corrupt that they spent, I think, about $500 million on medical equipment that was useless. But, you know, it was sold by a company that was friends of the local governor and, you know, the usual stuff. The usual stuff. And as a result, they ended up with a huge shortage of oxygen, and that's how they had a much bigger death rate than they should have. Because again, you can compare with Israel. Israel with no lockdowns, you know, you look at the period when they had no lockdowns, and the case fatality rate was 0.7. Right? And the infection fatality rate 0.03, like it is the standard everywhere on the planet, right? But in Manaus was like 5. And it was 5 because basic treatment was not available, not because they didn't have the money because of local corruption. You know, corruption kills.
Corruption kills.
Yep, it does. And that's one aspect. Second aspect, the claim that 75% of the population had caught the virus and that was still not good enough. It's a disputed claim because it's based on one single study, a seroprevalence study that is debatable. I mean, sure, the samples that they have collected, they did show a certain level of herd immunity and whatnot, sure. But the problem is that the population sample that they chose is disputed on whether it was representative for the Manaus population or not. Unfortunately, those who made the study are unwilling to publish the raw data, so we can compare it with the general demographic trends to see whether it was sociologically or medically representative for Manaus. Maybe it was, I don't know. Nobody knows. But the media, especially the media that is not in Portuguese, that is not Brazilian, the rest of the media portrays this as you know, definitely was representative. Here's definitive evidence that doing how the no lockdown people would want it is just wrong. No, it's not. It's not. Because again, if this were definitive proof, then I guess we've fundamentally altered the definition of definitive proof. One single study on 3,000 people on a city that is several million, on a region that is several million. One single study, and again, dubiously reviewed. No, I'm sorry, that's not definitive evidence. Definitive evidence is what's happened in Belarus. They've held protests with hundreds of thousands of people in the streets for months on end. They're still going on, by the way, today. Okay? And still, their curve doesn't look any different than Spain, which has been staying indoors for the most part of the last
year, yeah.
Right? So that's why I'm not buying it. But the thing is that's what pisses me off, because this one from Associated Press, they bring in the same claim that is, okay, maybe it's not false. I believe it's false, but that's my opinion. But it's definitely disputed, the claim with Manaus, Brazil. Maybe it's true, maybe it's not. Nobody wants to study further, and one of the reasons nobody wants to study further is because the local population there doesn't care, essentially. I mean, their local governor, when he saw that the local corruption is killing people, essentially, they tried to put them again under restrictions, and the population rioted. And they held a deeply convicted, with a lot of conviction, scientific debate in the streets, where the population explained they brought in evidence, epidemiological data to the governor in form of Kalashnikovs, rocks, Molotov cocktails, and things of that nature. And the governor had to agree with the evidence presented by the population, and as a result, all restrictions were lifted and never to be reimposed again. So there's that.
It gives meaning to the saying, with a good word and the pistol in your hand, you can solve a lot of things.
Yes, and as I always say, politicians are not bad people. You just have to explain to them in their own language. And some politicians have they speak a foreign language to some people. That's why you have to bring in translators. A Second Amendment usually helps. There's a reason why you have these kinds of things, in deeply rural Brazil, in Republican states in the US, in Czech Republic. See the connection there? In Sweden, which is one of the more armed populations, in Switzerland, again, the more armed cantons have no restrictions, the more cucked ones do. There seems to be a correlation there, or even in Romania, right? The more violent counties have zero restrictions. The more cucked ones, like the ones we're living in, the more liberal ones, liberal both capital L and small l, have more restrictions.
I remember the shitstorm that ensued. With that market closing in the shogunate of Craiova.
How much did that last? 24 hours?
24 hours, yeah.
There you go.
It lasted exactly 24 hours.
Yeah, that would be a county where, not just the gypsies, but generally the criminal enterprises have a lot of Serbian guns and a lot of swords, and they have no qualms whatsoever about using them in public.
Yeah, so, which is why we call it the shogunate of Craiova.
Yeah. So, they came in and said, no, actually, we like our market. Please open it back. And they did. Because, it's very difficult to say no when there's a lot of swords. It's all fun and games until swords show up.
Yeah, and they're not exactly that distant from Bucharest. It's just a 3-hour train ride away.
Yes, the 3-hour train with the slowest one.
Yeah.
With the slowest one, yeah.
Yeah.
So, I'm just saying. Back to India, so we can wrap up this topic. The idea that there is no pre-existent immunity is dumb. Of course there is. Now, the question is how much it is. Now, I don't know. That's something that should be studied. The idea that, people are wearing masks and the distancing.
Distancing in India?
In Indian cities.
Yeah, in Indian cities. Good luck. Who exactly is going to believe you?
I mean, really, have you guys seen the Indian slums in the big cities? Really?
No, have you seen the Indian trains? Let me tell you, because I had an Indian professor that told me the strategy of when you're boarding Indian trains. What you gotta do is when you're waiting in the line, you put your arms at the back, so you get pushed by the crowd inside the train. Otherwise, you're not gonna get in. You're gonna get trampled over.
Yes. But again, okay, maybe in the trains, a lot of people have avoided the train trip and whatever. Maybe use their cars more, whatever.
In India, no. The reason why they're saying that India has two budgets. It has for the government and it has for the railway system. It's because the railway system is critical, because it's the most affordable system.
Yes.
And it's the one that's the most efficient in terms of moving people and moving freight.
Right. But anyway, even disregarding the train argument, just look at the slums. How would you implement social distancing in these kinds of slums? You just can't. Period. And of course, those were the first ones to be hit. They all coughed at once. But then that was it. And the idea that, but we don't know how much immunity lasts. Well, how about we start from the assumption that it lasts quite a lot? Because, the grandfather of this cough, SARS-1, somehow manages to maintain immunity now, 18 years later. Mm-hmm. And moreover, those who've had the grandfather of this one have immunity to this one as well. So maybe it lasts longer. Or maybe I should put in the personal argument. I caught it in late February or early March 2020. And just recently, as in 2 or 3 days ago, my de facto wife just got cured of it. I stayed alongside with her for all over the period when she was contagious. I got nothing. A year later, maybe immunity lasts longer.
But you may be asymptomatic and you may want to try to kill grandma.
Yeah, no.
Just because you're asymptomatic doesn't mean that you can't transmit it further.
Okay, fine. Then why did nobody get sick around me? Because again, I observed zero protective measures. Again, I don't wear a face diaper. I don't stay at home. I don't distance. I don't do any of that.
Implying the face diaper actually helps.
Yeah, there's that too. But again, nobody got sick around me. Nobody. And again, I've been to parties because again, I don't observe any of these measures at all. And nobody got sick around me. Nobody. Mm-hmm. So, maybe immunity lasts longer. And again, trained immune systems like Indians, which are probably more trained than mine, although I would dare to compare my own with your average Indian, because again, I've been exposed to a lot of fucked up pathogens in my life. When you visit over 100 countries, Now that's the best vaccination program you can have right there. I'm just saying, man.
Stay sponsor vaccination trips.
Right. So no, with a trained immune system like most Indians have, especially urban Indians, it's no surprise. It really isn't.
Yeah, and especially the Hindus, which have the well-known ritual of going into the Ganges.
Right.
Let me tell you what the Ganges is. The Ganges
Jesus Christ,
is a place where you find what routinely dead people are thrown into the river because considered holy,
Yes.
and there are also other animals that die in that river. I reckon, an article made many years back of an English woman that went to bathe into the Ganges, and several weeks after she got back to the UK, she discovered some really weird tropical diseases. Plus she discovered ringworms in her intestines. Yeah, that's the Ganges for you.
Yeah, but okay, that's not. There aren't, as a population, as a share of the population, very few people that go through that ritual. Yes, in absolute numbers, it seems like a huge number, but as a share of the population, let's face it, there are very few people who do that. But still, they are exposed to a lot of other pathogens that are quite endemic in India.
Like the dengue fever.
Yes, and again, that's not to say that's a good thing or a bad thing. It's just a description. And as a result, it's very hard to make the case that a population with such a well-trained immune system is gonna, be toppled by a cough.
Yeah, and you can make the same argument in Africa where you get malaria, and recently Ebola if you live in Guinea.
Yeah, and well, again, in Africa it's a little bit more complicated because unlike India, in Africa they haven't really tested that much either, because most of the elites of most African countries figured it out pretty fast that, oh, well, come on, it's a cough, we'll be fine. And they were right to make that decision. But in India, they did test a lot. They were making at some point like 3 million tests a day or something like that. That's a lot.
Yeah.
Even by India standards, which is a huge country, but still it's a lot. So it's not like they haven't tried to track the epidemic. It's just that it's not there, not that fast, and not that to the level that they believe. And again, the 150K number has to be with a question mark, because just like almost everywhere else on the planet,
the reports are grossly exaggerated.
Yeah, well, in some countries it could be grossly exaggerated downwards, as in the real number of deaths is probably higher, like in New York City. But in most places, yes, it's exaggerated upwards. We've had it in the podcast, the Croatian man who died by falling off a ladder, and the scientists concluded that he died of COVID-19.
Yeah, or the Swedish kid that died in a traffic accident and was declared of dying from COVID-19.
Right, and most recently in Romania, a suicide was declared a COVID-19. That was a few months ago. Or this week, a lady being transferred by ambulance from one hospital to another. The ambulance went into a terrible accident, and the lady died. She had COVID-19, but most likely she would have survived COVID-19. But according to the protocol,
she died of COVID-19.
She died of COVID-19, right. It is what it is. And these things will have to be adjusted. Probably they will be adjusted next year or something, when the panic flattens entirely. But the point is that keep an open mind, but not as open as your brains fall out, like many conspiracists do. But keep a more open mind in the sense that, look, these so-called experts are most of the time full of shit. And they talk out of their ass. Look at the raw numbers and think in terms of culture and history as well. And by history, I mean, first of all, the history of immunology, the history of pathogens, because again, this is not the first pathogen, definitely not the last one.
Not the last.
And they all follow the laws of nature. Even if it is created from a lab, it's not really that smiley, so it's probably from a lab. Anyway, moving forward, news.com.au. Joe Biden suggests China's Uighur genocide is part of different cultural norms. US President Joe Biden has appeared to downplay China's genocide of Uyghur Muslims, saying culturally there are different norms in every country. Mr. Biden made the comments during a Communist News Network town hall on Tuesday night, where he was asked by host Anderson Cooper about his recent conversation with Chinese President Xi Jinping. In that conversation, the newly elected president reportedly pressed his counterpart over human rights abuses in Hong Kong and the northwestern Xinjiang province, where more than 1 million Uyghur men and women have reportedly been detained in a sprawling network of re-education camps. Mr. Biden answered by relaying Mr. Xi's justification for the abuses, saying that the Chinese president gets it. You know, Chinese leaders, if you know anything about Chinese history, it has always been the time when China has been victimized by the outer world is when they haven't been unified at home. So the central, it's vastly overstated, the central principle of Xi Jinping is that there must be a united, tightly controlled China, and he uses his rationale for the things he does based on that. Mr. Biden continued, I point out to him no American president can be sustained as a president if he doesn't reflect the values of the United States. And so the idea, I'm not going to speak out against what he's doing in Hong Kong or what he's doing with the Uighurs in western mountains of China and Taiwan, trying to end the one China policy by making it forceful. I said that, and by he said he gets it. I don't understand anything. Culturally, there are different norms to each country, and their leaders are expected to follow. Cooper asked, when you talk to him, though, about human rights abuses, is that as far as it goes in terms of the US, or is there going to be any actual repercussions for China? Biden replied, well, there will be repercussions for China, and he knows that. What I'm doing is making clear that we are going to reassert our role as spokesperson for the human rights at the UN and other agencies that have an impact on their attitude. So you're going to write strongly worded letters, aren't you? China is trying very hard to become the world leader, and to get that moniker and to be able to do that, they have to gain confidence of other countries, and as long as they are engaged in activity that is contrary to basic human rights, it's gonna be hard for them to do that. That's bullshit. He added, but it's much more complicated than that. I shouldn't try to talk China policy in 10 minutes on television here. Conservatives slammed Mr. Biden's response as is genocide a cultural norm, asking for a few 100 million friends, says lawyer Harmeet Dillon. Former Republican Party spokesman Steve Guest described it as shameful. Even CNN editor-at-large Chris Chilica was less than impressed, describing the answer as rambling and hard to follow, although putting it last on his list of 6 takeaways from the town hall. The BBC interviewed several former detainees who described seeing women removed from their cells every night to be raped and tortured, including with an electric stick. These atrocities shook the conscience and must be met with serious consequences, Biden State Department spokeswoman told Reuters earlier this month. We are deeply disturbed by the reports, including first-hand testimony of systematic rape and sexual abuse against women in internment camps for ethnic Uighurs and other Muslims in Xinjiang. The Chinese government banned the BBC following the publication of the report, saying the British broadcaster was not being factual or fair and had produced a slew of falsified reporting. Former President Donald Trump took a hardline stance on China, slapping visa restrictions and financial sanctions on the Communist Party officials over the horrific abuses against the Uighurs. In one of his final official acts, his Secretary of State, Mike Pompeo, formally declared that China was committing genocide and crimes against humanity in its treatment of the Uighurs and other minority ethnic groups in Xinjiang. During his Senate confirmation hearings, Mr. Biden's Secretary of State pick Antony Blinken praised the Trump administration's handling of China and said the Biden administration would continue to take a tougher approach.
Oh, that's gonna hurt.
Joe Biden is in deep shit.
When your own Secretary of State calls out your bullshit.
Yeah, your own Secretary of State and your own Secretary of Propaganda, because that's what Anderson Cooper is at CNN. You know, this is the Democratic Party's Secretary of Propaganda. I say Secretary of Propaganda rather than Ministry of Propaganda for 2 reasons. First of all, there are no ministers in the US, and second of all, he's not that smart to be a Minister of Propaganda. He's just a Secretary of Propaganda, right? But on a more serious note, I don't think, I hate to defend Biden on this one, but I have to. And here's why. Because his response is, for the most part, rambling and very difficult to follow. And yeah, sure, he says this with cultural norms, which is absolute lunacy. But at the same time, he says that the idea that I'm not going to speak out against what he's doing in Hong Kong or what he's doing whatever, and then he pauses because he forgot where he started the sentence. I presume the end of it was that the idea is lunacy or something like that, because that's how he phrases it. But because the guy is senile, he probably forgot where he lost the train of thought. It happens to non-senile people, but this guy seems to be under this problem routinely, which is, kind of a, well, it is what it is. It's just Joe Biden, nothing to take seriously. But yeah, it's very difficult. It's going to be very difficult for the Biden administration to look credible on this issue. I'm very pessimistic, quite frankly. And the reason I'm pessimistic is because although there is a bipartisan consensus on China man bad question, historically, and by historically I mean over the last 30 years, Congress has been known to do nothing, right? We've seen the same thing happening during the Trump administration. We've seen the same thing happening during the Obama administration, with very few exceptions, and usually are following various revolutionary trains of thoughts, like during the Tea Party or the Occupy Wall Street, the equivalent on the left when the DSA became a thing. But even those were very marginal exceptions. For the most part, Congress does nothing. So yes, there is a bipartisan consensus in the Congress that China man bad. So what? Will they do anything to try to force the administration to stop being so idiotic? No. I hope I'm wrong.
No, they won't do it. But if they continue the impulse that was launched in most part by the former Secretary of State under the Trump administration by Mike Pompeo. As we reckon, it took the Congress a month and a half when Pompeo predicted it would take at least 6 months to get a sanction list ready for those who were responsible for what happened in Hong Kong, which is quite late, looking at the timeline. But it's still something now.
Yes, but with Hong Kong, there was easier to convince the Congress to do something because almost every not like that. About a third of the Congress, regardless of the party, have some business deals that they launder money through the Hong Kong Financial Center. So as a result, they had a personal incentive to act upon. Whereas, who seriously gives a damn about Uyghur Muslims? Seriously. And it's not a question of, it's not a leading question for me. No, it's a very honest question. For most people, Uyghur Muslims are, very far away problem. Whether that's a good thing or a bad thing is, of course, up for debate, but that's how reality works. So, unless you can get, and you'd need a very decent propaganda stunt, essentially. You'd have to have a very credible and convincing crying Uyghur woman to testify in front of the Congress or something like that.
Or testify at the United Nations, because that usually worked in the past.
Yes.
As we remember what happened with that girl that testified in Kuwait, that started the first Desert Storm, the one from Libya that started the overthrowing of Gaddafi.
Yes. Or more recently, the testifying of that chap who escaped from was born in a concentration camp in North Korea. And So I guess that could work. But because again, all of those are propaganda stunts. That doesn't mean because again, this has to be clarified, because in English, propaganda has a negative connotation. That doesn't mean it's false or that it's wrong, but it does mean that it follows the basic rules of propaganda. And the purpose of propaganda is to convince by any means necessary. And there are situations where you don't have to lie, like these ones, but you do have to follow all the other rules, namely to phrase it in such a way that touches the fifis of enough portion of the audience, and also tailor it to social media interests so it can get viral and get a lot of people talking about it. There is a way of doing things.
Yeah, it's not necessarily lying.
Oh, no. Although the one in Kuwait included a bit of a
embellishment,
loose relationship with the truth. All right, alternative facts. But on this question again, it's fun to poke fun at Joe Biden, and everyone should be doing that because, well, why not? But what I'm saying is that the way he's been phrasing it, it's probably he doesn't mean that genocide is a cultural norm. He's just senile and forgot his train of thought and then moved on to the next talking point without finishing the previous one, and it came out horribly for sure. As for, again, I would have to be impressed by the Congress. I don't think Congress will do anything on its own.
It won't do anything, yeah, and I see your point of view, and I'm trying to convey it the best way I can. Is that the Congress wouldn't pick a fight for a minority that, even as you said, it's far away, they're Muslims at the same time, and yeah, there is a bias against that religion in the Congress. And there's also another aspect. You're trying to pick a fight against China, which is the second economy of the world, and there are a lot of financial interests
interwoven with the congressmen's in financial interests, their own personal interests. Now that doesn't mean it won't work, but it does mean that there will have to be another impetus, something that is not, or if it is human rights related, it has to be someone. It has to be something more mainstreamish. Either bring in an Uyghur woman to testify in the Congress, necessarily a woman. Or I've seen recently the United Kingdom started a program to fast-track citizenship. A lot of Hong Kongers, maybe get some of those to be spokespeople for human rights for the United Kingdom to the US as British citizens, because that would be taken more seriously. Something like that.
Yeah, but even the British would have to tread this one carefully, because they have a lot more to lose with a serious disruption of Chinese relations than the US would have to lose.
Sure, but we both know that is still doable. You can just say, well, those are private citizens that went to testify to the Congress. They have nothing to do with Her Majesty and whatnot, even though Her Majesty paid for their accommodation and tickets. So there is a way to do it, and everyone knows it. Everyone in the know. But there will have to be some these kinds of, and again, the Secretary of State of the Biden administration would also have to intervene in the Congress to try to act as a whip, essentially, just like in the British House of Commons. There will have to be a whip on this one. Mike Pompeo did tend to this particular duty of him to act as a whip in the Congress. Will this one do as well? Well, he says so, but we'll see. Yeah. It's too early to tell, of course. It's only been a month since the inauguration, and he's been in position for less than 3 weeks. So, it's too early to tell. But if the current Secretary of State doesn't do anything and to convince the Congress to act, without an act of Congress, there's very little things that the administration can do. Even if, assuming there is a political will, which I don't think there is necessarily, maybe the Secretary of State is willing to, but is Joe Biden, or more precisely, is Kamala Harris willing to? I don't know. Maybe.
That remains to be seen.
Quite frankly, Kamala Harris doesn't have that many. She has a lot of communist interests behind her, but not necessarily Chinese communists. So,
it depends on the faction.
Yeah, it depends on the faction. Yeah, right. Are they Mensheviks, Bolsheviks, or
Trotskyists?
Or Trotskyists, right? So, it's complicated. Alrighty, shifting further to Oceania, Japan Times, but it's about Australia. Tech giants close to deals on paying Australian media for news. Google and Faceberg are very close to deals with major Australian media to pay for news, a top governmental official said on Monday, as the tech giants scramble to avoid landmark regulation. Australian Treasurer Josh Frydenberg, of course, said talks with Facebook CEO Mark Zuckerberg and Google CEO Sundar Pichai had made great progress in resolving the standoff being closely watched around the world. Australia is poised to adopt legislation that would force digital companies to pay for news content, something that would create a global precedent and, according to Facebook and Gulag, wreck the way the internet works. Oh, come on. Really? That's melodramatic. The companies have threatened to partially withdraw services from the country if the rules become law, sparking a war of words with the government in Canberra. But that disagreement appeared to ease on Monday, with Faceberg telling public broadcaster ABC talks with the companies made great progress over the course of the weekend. I think we're very close to something very significant commercial deals, he said, and in doing so, that will transform the domestic media landscape. The agreements could be enough to see Faceberg and Gulag avoid the most severe parts of the legislation, including binding arbitration to ensure that they are not using their online advertising duopoly to dictate terms in deals with media companies. Yeah, good luck with that. Amid Frydenberg's remarks, Seven West Media, owner of the broadcast 7 News and the West Australian newspaper, announced Monday a new agreement for its content to be hosted on Google's news showcast product. The Sydney Morning Herald reported the first major deal with a large Australian news organization was worth more than 30 million Australian dollars a year. Seven West chairman Kerry Stokes said it was a great outcome and hailed the government's work on its news media bargaining code as instrumental in the outcome of this groundbreaking agreement. The firm will join several small local publishers on News Showcase, which Google said had received more than 1 million views since launching in Australia 8 days ago. Frydenberg's comments suggest major Australian media organizations such as Rupert Murdoch's News Corp and Nine Entertainment could be close to reaching similar deals. News groups worldwide have seen their businesses ravaged by the loss of advertising dollars that once flowed to their newspapers but are now overwhelmingly captured by the big digital platforms. Thousands of journalists' jobs have been lost and numerous outlets forced to close in Australia alone over the past decade. Update, they only closed the deal with Google, not with Faceberg.
Yeah, Facebook as of today banned all sorts of news to be posted by Australians.
Essentially, I can't post an Australian link on Faceberg at all. Now, of course, that doesn't stop me from hosting the article on my own cloud and sharing the link from that. That there's a reason why you all pay so we can have an infrastructure here and bypass any kind of technological censorship. I mean, really, I am the Freedom Alternative Network is in possession of enough infrastructure to, even if we become North Korea tomorrow, we'll still be able to broadcast. That's what I call resiliency, right? I prefer to spend money on that rather than fancy equipment, which, it can be nice, but, some stupid government comes in and, your equipment becomes useless. Like it happened during the state of emergency. We were not in a danger in any way, shape, or form, but other publications were. They were shut down temporarily and whatever. Anyway, so they only cut a deal with Google, not with Faceberg yet. Now, this is a trend that I don't think we discussed much on the World So Far report. We discussed it a lot on the Romanian language podcast. France has been pushing on the same thing. Czech Republic has been pushing on the same thing. There are a few other places in Europe that Italy just fined Faceberg with another, I think, $7 billion, euros, yesterday or the day before yesterday, on antitrust grounds. So, there's a growing anti-tech, anti-big tech consensus in multiple countries of the world, multiple developed countries in the world, and it doesn't seem to matter whether a government is left-wing or right-wing, because, again, as I was warning 2 years ago, that the anti-tech consensus is coming, and it's going to be bipartisan, and there's no way you can change it, but you can negotiate. Apparently, Faceberg still doesn't understand that, because Faceberg still negotiates from a position of stupidity, essentially. Because Zuck really thinks that nothing can happen to him, right? And until something will happen to him, and I don't mean that in a physical sense, but I do mean it in a political and financial sense. Because at some point, enough countries will say, well, you know what, fuck off. Faceberg is at the end of the day a glorified forum. It's a website. It's not a... why does it have to be that big? Why, you know what, fuck off. Like, that dictator did in Uganda. You know what? This is foreign election interference. Fuck off. By the way, Faceberg is still not available in Uganda today. The rest of the internet is fine, but not Faceberg.
Yeah, but it wouldn't be an even reporting of this news article without taking a jab at the news media outlets. What do you mean I can't be paid in exposure? Right.
The thing is that although the media organizations, they are correct. I mean, they are fundamentally correct. Google in particular, Faceberg to a lesser extent and more recently, but Google has indeed been stealing shekels that were rightfully theirs. of the medias and not Google's shekels. That's true. But Google was and is able to do that with the consent of the media organizations. It was not something, you can argue it was immoral, but you cannot argue that it was illegal or illegitimate. No, it was very legitimate and very legal, because a lot of the media organizations, admittedly not all, it depends on the country. In some countries they've been much smarter about this, but in most developed countries, and especially, this is especially true in the Anglosphere, and to a lesser extent it's true in others too, but most of the countries, most of the media in various countries, seriously believed the hype that was the case in 2007, 2008, 2009, that you could just simply abolish print, you could simply abolish subscriptions, and you could still maintain the same newsroom, or maybe slightly smaller, but not significantly smaller, by putting out content more or less for free and getting the shekels out of advertising
revenue
via Google AdSense. That was dumb. And I know, because I was working in a newsroom at the time, and I know I had a lot of arguments with a few media owners, and I told them that this is dumb, and by the way, don't count on me. I'm gonna leave on my own accord before shitstorm hits, because I don't want to be here when you all go bankrupt. By the way, they're all bankrupt now. That was dumb. And very few publications have been smart enough to at least say, okay, let's dip into modernity a little bit, but let's keep the previously existent infrastructure, because, you know, maybe it doesn't work that well as advertised. All of the publications that approach the issue with a conservative bias, they're all still in business, and many of them thriving. Those that adopted it as early adopters, because, you know, liberals are
techno-optimistic.
Techno-optimists, yeah. You know, basically those that had a liberal approach, which is, let's be open to risks because, you know, wisdom is for fools, because that's basically the liberal approach. Because again, conservatives are not against change, they're against change for the sake of change. All right? Whereas liberals are for change because potato. Change for any reason, for the sake of change. Those that adopted the trend then, 14 years ago, optimistically and in a liberal fashion, almost all of them are bankrupt now, or they have been swallowed into a bigger media conglomerate, and the freedom of the editor has been significantly curtailed. They can no longer be as incisive as they used to be. Just ask Mr. Glenn Greenwald about that. One of the few left-wing journalists that I actually do appreciate, and now he found himself kicked out from the publication he founded, partially also because of that, because, you know, he tried to avoid the ads mentality and also the constrictions that were in place at The Guardian, so he founded The Intercept, but The Intercept was also predicated on the generosity of a single donor, because he also believed in free news and free analysis. And then turns out that the whole newsroom got filled with woke leftists, and eventually he became too haram for the woke left. And now he finally joined the rest of us, which is we create content for shekels. If you don't give shekels, we don't make content. That's how Glenn Greenwald functions now. And it turns out that it's very efficient. Who would have thought? Because over the last 14, 15 years when this trend started, it has engendered the mentality that news should be free. Free as in gratis, right? Not free as in freedom, but free as in...
free as in you don't have to pay money for it.
Yeah, or any other sort of payment, right? Because, for instance, even with our operation, a portion of our budget goes to paying for subscription content. We maintain a subscription, not to the New York Times, because those people are, but, you know, Wall Street Journal, Le Figaro, one or two Swedish publications. By the way, Swedish media is a very prime example of how to survive in the... There is, other than SVT, which is state-owned, there is no such thing as a free website. All of them have paid subscription. And all of them are pretty cheap, like one Swedish krona a day or something like that. I mean, you know, it's no more than $40 a year.
Yeah, and to use a regional example, in the case of Oceania, New Zealand Herald also it charges the customers for not all of the articles, but for the most of them. They were pretty much on a Wall Street Journal level, but much cheaper than Wall Street Journal.
Sydney Morning Herald is also behind the paywall. I think the Australian is also behind the paywall most of the time. Now, admittedly, there are ways to go around it, but most people don't, because that's the thing with the paywall. It's not you know, some.
Even Bloomberg is paid unless you go with the private window.
It doesn't work with the private window anymore, by the way. But you know, with Bloomberg is not an issue, because what interests me the most, I just save the article, the physical files, and that's it. You know, I can read it off my computer as many times as I wish. But still, what I'm saying is that it created the mentality. But you know, if it weren't Bloomberg, I probably would be willing to pay for it. But I'm not giving Bloomberg shekels, because I would disappoint the donors of this channel. So you know, I'm very responsible with your shekels. But what I'm saying is that it created the mentality that news should be free, that analysis should be free, that opinions should be free. Well, no. I've seen a lot of people who are now starting to realize, you know, when I shut down my Faceberg account years ago, there were quite a few who were laughing at me, and now they're basically doing exactly the same thing 3 or 4 years later. And they're like, well, you know what, hold on a second, I keep writing very interesting texts and whatever, posting them for free on Faceberg. And not only I don't get anything out of them, these people say, but you also can't find them, because, you know, search function is terrible. And it's very difficult to maintain archives. It's very difficult to, so you know, the benefit for the creator is very marginal, other than, yes, exposure. But you can't be paid in exposure. Exposure doesn't pay the bills. Exposure doesn't put food on the table. Exposure doesn't pay for the creation.
For the creation and investigations. And for the travels, because sometimes you got to be there in order to. Sometimes
I would say all the time. That's one aspect that I really don't like. And it's funny that the best reports today are precisely from journalists or people who engage in journalism, like me. I don't consider myself a journalist, because journalism would be an insult. I don't want to be in the same category. But you know, people who engage in journalism occasionally. The best reports come exactly from people like me, who are like, you know what, no, we're going to travel, screw the cough. Because there is no such thing as, oh, we're going to report on something, you know, using the online environment. No, because no, it's just not how this works. The idea that news should be free is something that has to go. The problem is that this type of legislation has its own can of worms, right? Because, okay, over the short run, I guess it would be helpful for some publications, and it would be disadvantageous for Google and Faceberg, which is inherently a good thing. But over the long run, I'm not convinced. I think it's a solution to a problem that is not the fault of the government. The problem itself exists because of the stupidity of the management of various media organizations, and it should not be the role of the government to fix it. I mean, at the end of the day, did the government mandate news to be free?
No, they didn't. It was their own choice.
So as a result, why should the government now help it? Why can't the media, especially, I'm thinking big conglomerates like Rupert Murdoch's conglomerate in Australia, you know, that one is big enough to negotiate on his own feet. Why do they need the help of the Australian government? As for there is another aspect that should be considered here in Europe. Soon enough, I think in July, is supposed to come into force the copyright directive, which will, again, at first it seems like a great idea, because it basically curbs Google's indexing process, which will force Google to negotiate even more and pay even more. Okay, but you know what else it hurts? It hurts truthful news, because the only people for whom that doesn't apply are those who declare themselves as part of the Creative Commons. Guess who was rushing to declare itself as Creative Commons? Russia Today, Global Post, should I go on? Well, InfoWars.
Global Times.
Global Times, sorry, yes, the Globalist Times, the CCP's article, news outlet, right? South China Morning Post, okay, that one is dissident, fair enough. But usually the ones with an agenda to sell, right? Russia Today sells Kremlin, Global Times sells the CCP, InfoWars sells conspiracies, the Epoch Times, which also sells a different branch of conspiracies, and some truth, of course. But the thing is that none of these are more allegedly trustworthy. They're all under deep copyright contracts. So again, I'm not saying it's a bad thing. In fact, I think it's a good thing, flattening the mainstream media even further by their own advocated rules. I mean, that's fun. But the thing is that, again, introducing the state into something that the state shouldn't be having a business in. So yeah, it's gonna be fun. I've seen a lot of people being afraid that, but the internet will become more unidirectional. No, actually not. It will just become what was in the 90s, very balkanized, which is neither good nor bad. It will become, once again, you as the user will have to be more careful of what you watch, and you get more choice. Yeah, sure, that also, in fact, that's not advantageous for governmental propaganda. But hey, I'm not going to teach the government how to improve its propaganda game. Not for free, anyway. But yeah, so, paying digital platforms. Okay, fair enough. But you're going to regret it. Over the short run, it's probably going to be good. I'm glad that it harms Facebook. But over the long run, not so sure it's a good idea. All right, final news. Really? Radio NZ. COVID-19 heightens racism against Maori and the Chinese, research shows. The survey led by the Human Rights Commission showed more than half of Maori and Chinese respondents experienced some form of discrimination, and Chinese had much greater concerns about their personal safety compared with other respondents. After receiving more than 100 inquiries at the beginning of 2020 citing verbal abuse, racial harassment, and discrimination towards those of the Asian and Chinese community, the Human Rights Commission undertook research in a bid to find out how deep and how broad the harm went. We aimed to develop a survey that would address broader discrimination issues such as those faced by the Pacific people, the disabled people, and the elderly. Tangata Wenwa, I guess would be... Sorry, I'm not a big fan of, I'm not a big connoisseur of the various ethnic subgroups of New Zealand. They said racism was nothing new and the marginalized communities had always faced hardship and suffering of this nature, but the ugly head was revealed in a major way due to the impact of COVID-19. Nearly 2,000 respondents took part in the survey, answering questions focusing on experiences of racism, xenophobia, and discrimination amid COVID-19. The sample group included 314 Maori, 251 Pacifica, 152 Chinese, and 306 from the Asian community. It found that those ethnic groups, more than half of them had experienced discrimination. Nearly 8 in 10 respondents said that they experienced discrimination at the beginning of the COVID outbreak, and this discrimination had also existed pre-COVID-19. The most common forms of discrimination reported by respondents were receiving online negative comments or abuse, being stared at in public, being excessively avoided beyond the usual social distancing, and receiving negative comments or abuse in person, says Race Relations Commissioner Meng Foon. Foon also said that before and after lockdown, there were instances of spitting and verbal abuse. Cough, cough, cough. Maori and those of Asian and Chinese community responding, saying their experiences of discrimination meant they struggled to feel the sense of belonging and they suffered mentally and emotionally because of it. Members of the Chinese and the Asian community reported more fears for their personal safety than any other surveyed group and said they more often stayed at home because of it. Great, you saved lives. No one should have to change their behavior to avoid risking discrimination. Yeah, okay, and I want a huge house. Made to feel they don't belong, worry about their public safety, or experience negative mental well-being because of discrimination and racism. Oh, come on. The pandemic feeds fear, which in turn is manifesting itself in racism and discrimination. We must not forget that the virus is the problem and not the people. Yes, but some people cough and some don't. He said that issues particularly affecting Maori have been linked to iwi checkpoints, which had been a contentious topic of debates. I have no idea what that is about. He said he understood Maori were trying to protect their most vulnerable, including whatever, stating that during the 1918 influenza pandemic, the loss of life for Maori was dire. Yeah, that's true. The Human Rights Commission said they would channel findings from the report into anti-racism initiatives such as Give Nothing to Racism, that will help, as well as a national action plan committed to combating discrimination and xenophobia. All racism in the Maori name for New Zealand began with colonization and represents a contemporary extension of colonial suppression. Everyone deserves to be treated well, to live in a safe community, free from discrimination and fear, I guess. And to live a life with of dignity. Yeah. Okay. First of all, this reminds me of another article. I think it was published by Metro. I'll find it and I'll link it in the low bar for you. Where it said that prolonged working from home increases racism, and that was done in Airstrip 1. The grandmother of New Zealand, the warden's office. Right, but the thing is that I actually believe it. It is the case, right? When you subject the population to mediatic terrorism, because that's how COVID-19 was treated in the public culture, right? As the population has been terrorized. Now, of course, those smart enough not to bother believing anything of it, they're fine. But those that actually believe that their governments want them well, those are and will continue to be affected by various psychopathologies that at some point will also manifest into various instances of, anger. I wouldn't necessarily call it racism, because oftentimes it's just random anger. Oftentimes when you look at those specific instances rather than numbers, you'll see that same person treats most people like shit. All right. But it becomes studied only when those treated like shit happen to be of some sort of a ethnically protected group or whatever. So there's that. But overall, yeah, I do believe that there is some increase in the level of not necessarily racism, but generally shitty behavior in public, because the population has been treated terribly by the governments and by the media. And months and months of media terrorism, well, yes, it has effects.
Yeah, and it's even funny that this article also covers so-called racism towards the Maori, when New Zealand is pretty much one of the only examples of Anglo nations that actually, there were some major kerfuffles in the past before New Zealand was New Zealand. But then the minorities coexist with the white population quite peacefully, and even then, culturally, the white population integrated some Maori traditions. For example, whenever you watch rugby, every rugby player, whether he's a New Zealander, white New Zealander or a Maori, they all do the haka, which is a Maori war dance.
Right. And as far as I know, correct me if I'm wrong, but in New Zealand there wasn't a situation of like Fauna and Flora Act. Like it was in Australia.
No.
There wasn't.
No.
I'm sure that the white majority, whatever, the colonialists have done their fucked up shit in the past. I'm sure they did. But you have to compare it with the global standard at the time, rather than some idealized version that never existed anywhere and will never exist anywhere. And compared to that standard, I would say New Zealand fares pretty well. So there's that. As for the, where was it? Oh, but the Chinese population. How big is the Chinese population in New Zealand? I mean, again, the whole country is like 5.5 million people. How many Chinese people live there?
Somewhere in the probably hundreds of thousands.
That much? That many? That would seem.
But in the low hundreds of thousands.
That's still a lot.
Yeah, but most of them are rich Chinese people that bought real estate there and pretty much moved there and also laundered their money from China through there because it's the most accessible place in the region, and it's not as hostile as Australia started to be.
Right. Could be the case. I'm not disputing that, but what I'm saying is that I didn't think it's that big. But then again, you know what? It's at the end of the day, it's a Chinese flu, and especially when we're talking about broad masses of people like plebs. Plebs have a limited time attention span, and where does this cough come from? From China, right? Yeah. Okay, and because of this cough, we're having our lives turned upside down for a while, and that doesn't seem to be ending anytime soon. Well, it will, but plebs don't know that. And because again, plebs have short attention spans, and then we have this guy, Mr. Cho, whatever, that just moved here. What if he brought the cough? That's how the basic plebs think, and this whole thought process takes like half a second.
Yeah, and you can't exactly blame them for being discriminatory when let's remember going backwards a year ago, during the Chinese New Year, all the Chinese population went to China, including those who live in New Zealand and came back. And guess what they brought? They brought the flu.
They brought the cough, right?
So can you exactly blame them for what they think?
Yes, and admittedly, at least New Zealand didn't went into full honks like Nancy Pelosi did in California. I was doing trips into the Chinese wet markets in California to say, look, there is no danger. Trump is a xenophobe extremist.
Yeah, or how the Italians did to hug a Chinese.
Un cinese, non sono virus. Right? Yes, hug a Chinese. I'm not a virus. I'm serious. That was a serious campaign by anti-racist groups. That one in itself probably killed a few thousand people. I'm just saying, because a lot of boomers who wanted to be trendy with the kids in the anti-racism campaigns joined the Abbraccia un cinese campaign, and many of them died. Same thing in Spain, right? A lot of old feminists died as a result of a similar campaign. Now, the facts of life, I mean, it just is what it is. Now, of course, does that mean that every single Chinese person in New Zealand or Italy or whatever is responsible for? No, of course not. Probably most of them didn't even know that they had the cough, and they brought it, but they probably didn't know about it. Many of them. I'm sure a few of them did, but many of them didn't. All right. So I'm not saying that it is justified, but what I am saying is that you should expect it. And the way to treat it is not through a national initiative to combat discrimination, as how many of those have had any measurable success, let's say, over the last 30 years? Not really. And I say at the most 30 years, and I don't put more than that, is because if discrimination or xenophobia goes upwards or downwards, it always changes roughly every 20 years in one direction or the other. And that's because, funerals happen, a new generation takes the power, and that's how things change. Society changes one funeral at a time, regardless of how many campaigns you have. Okay? It really doesn't matter how many campaigns you have. It only changes when funerals happen.
Yeah, to take into consideration the millennial mindset and the Zoomer mindset.
Yeah.
That's the closest generational example and comparison you can make.
Or compared even with 3 generations is even better. Gen X, millennials, and Zoomers. All 3 are from different planets, right? With millennials the worst. I mean, it's true. It is true. Millennials are the worst. Millennials fucking suck as a generational cohort.
Yeah.
Right.
Feels bad, man.
Yeah. Well, it is what it is. I mean, it's. I didn't make the rules. I just got here. But what I'm saying is that if you want to address that issue, well, there are a few ways. The best way is honesty. But honesty is not a business in which governments tend to be involved, because if they were, then they wouldn't be governments.
They wouldn't exist.
Right? Because and honesty would be kind of like this. Yes, explain to the population Yes, some of the flu probably was brought by the Chinese population. Did they know it? Probably not. Was there a way to prevent it? No, because nobody knew how to prevent it at the time. Were all of the measures taken by the New Zealand government necessary? No. Nah, that would be a difficult thing to admit in public by the New Zealand government, which, by the way, I think they locked down another city now because 2 people coughed or something like that.
3 people coughed.
3 people. Oh, there you go. Now you have an exponential growth, and you have the second hump of the third wave or whatever. So, most of the fault does lie, however, with the government, which peddled multiple lies in public. For political expediency on one hand, and on second aspect, yeah, it's true, because there are very few statesmen around. The current generation of politicians in almost every country in the world doesn't seem to include that many statesmen. It includes a lot of bureaucrats, a lot of low-tier
politicians,
not even politicians, apparatchiks, right? And there's nothing above them either, right? So those are the sole authority, and of course they're going to be scared very easily by some expert in a white coat who says, "Oh, but you have piles of bodies on the street unless you do that." And I go, "Okay, well, I don't want piles of bodies on the street because I'll be beheaded by my own population. So, okay, I guess we're gonna have to do this and that." And that's how, because most of them got scared, kind of like Boris Johnson. Boris Johnson, when he doesn't talk about this cough, he's still very based and red-pilled. I was reading recently one of the cabinet ministers going straight into combating cancel culture, woke classes, many of them having to justify their existence, and it's a very based and red pill cabinet. But when it comes to the cough, because Boris coughed a little bit harder, he's still scared, and it's very hard for him personally to admit that maybe you got this one wrong. And it is what it is. That's why it's very important to, whenever you have elections in the next period of time, to try to change as many as possible from those who are in command during the pandemic. Because just by changing them, and I mean that's an enough political incentive for those who come, even if they are as panicked as the previous one, they will be much more reluctant to suck ass in public, because they're like, the previous ones got flattened pretty well. Because that's what they did in Romania. Technically speaking, there are more panic cards in the current current cabinet than in the previous one, but none of them are willing to talk in public about that, because they've all seen the protests and they've all seen the election results, and they're like, you know what? Okay, fine. Some of them got pretty demoralized. Most recently, one of the experts in this country was writing that, "Oh, well, I guess I lost the political argument. I believe that a lot of this number of people will die, but I guess the public made the choice. They preferred the deaths and the shekels rather than fewer deaths and a lot less shekels." And he was saying this bitterly, but I was replying with that meme, yes. Right. But yeah, generally, if you put people under isolation, there's a reason solitary confinement is a punishment. Okay, and they will perceive it as a punishment. I don't care what the justification is by the health experts. The vast majority of the plebs will perceive it as a punishment, whether rightfully or wrongly. I think rightfully. Of course, experts think wrongfully. It doesn't matter. They will still perceive it as a punishment. So, put people under isolation. Bombard them with mediatic terrorism, which is exactly what the official information about COVID has been up until about November or October. Okay, let's put it as October or November. Since then, it has flattened by about 10% per month, right? Because everyone is noticing that this thing is fizzling out, and there's no way you can keep up the panic. Well, there are still a lot of, especially those who get paid to sell panic. Those still try, but it's. There are limits, so there's that. So you put them under isolation, bombard them with media terrorism, take away their jobs, bankrupt some of their businesses, or even worse, like in the case of New Zealand or the United Kingdom, you know, oh, you can't have sex, you can't go there, you can't do this, you can't do that. I mean, the kind of labyrinth of honk rules that are almost impossible to observe anyway, even if you want to. And that's how you create resentment. And that resentment will have to spill over something else. Or on someone else. And, you know, especially with the single people, right? They don't have anyone to spill their frustration over. So
maybe you become collateral damage.
Yep. Now, is it Maori's fault? No. Is it the fault of the Chinese population of New Zealand? No. But at the same time, you know, do these people have citizenship? And if they do, have they done something to oppose the measures? No. I'm not saying you deserve it, but you should have seen it coming. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, I know, that sounds terrible, but it is what it is. All right, that will be pretty much it for this World So Far report. The next episode is gonna be a month and a half from now, something like that. I've taped several other videos which will be rolled slowly over the next several weeks for sure. I'm starting a national tour, and then actually, well, I'm also going to a neighboring country. I'm going to Moldova. I don't know yet the exact date, but very soon, in several weeks from now, hopefully. For multiple reasons, especially if they manage to trigger snap elections for sure. And the point is to bring your reports from a middle-income country. Just to make a comparison, I'll probably take some footage from Iași, which is northeastern Romania, and then cross the border into Moldova and go to Chișinău, and then to Belt, and probably Briceni and a few other places that are very close to Iași, but in the middle of this lower middle-income country, much poorer than any area of Romania. And you should see just to see the difference between on the approach of the pandemic. Because if I tell you, you will say that it's hard to verify. So that's why I'm taking my GoPro there. There you go. And of course, I'm gonna make some glorious footage with myself breaking the rules, just to piss off the panicards in Romania. There will be content in English as well from this tour. I have an academic lined up, American academic. Hopefully we'll be able to find time to record something for the English language channel. I'm tempted to bring in 2 guests that have been on the channel in the past. I want to bring them again. And if time will allow, hopefully I want to also bring V again on the sofa. Exactly 1 year after our previous conversation in March 2020, when we were discussing what to expect from the COVID-19 crisis and compare notes, basically, to see how much we got right long before anyone was speaking about it, right? You know, the short version would be pretty much this. On the medical side, he got it right like 95-96% of the time. On the political side, I got it right 93-94% of the time. I was saying then that I'm much more afraid of the politics than of the medical stuff. Turned out to be correct. So with that said, Gib Shekelim, it's a lot of work to do over this March. As every year, if you've been looking over since 2015, every year in March is a flattening of the content because I travel a lot. That's how I keep in touch with, at least with my own country. I have to go every single year, at least once, usually twice a year. I always do it in September as well. Because otherwise, you know, you lose touch. And you have to go physically. No, you can't observe it online, and doing so is terrible. So yeah, see you around, and cheers.